Good morning, everyone. Apologies for starting 15 minutes later than the time that we planned, and the reasons are as follows. One, there was a delay with Ms. Smith coming from Langebaan. I utilized the time as well to raise some housekeeping with counsel in chambers. We will attempt to utilize the maximum of our time as we go along. I've been informed that both on the side of the state as well as the defense, they have been the victims of cyberbullying, including AI manipulation of video material that's been placed in the public domain. I don't take kindly to it. It undermines the court process and causes unnecessary suspicion in the minds of the public as to the administration of justice. Some of the conduct by individuals are, to say the least, deliberate. I believe there are also indications of people spreading stories, including that myself was part of the disappearance of Joshlin. Maybe it's just a sign of the times we live in, that people can stoop so low. We will, however, not be distracted by these individuals and or groups that have set themselves out to undermine the processes of the court. We shall act without fear or favor. I want you, as the media, I know that you've got microphones in the courtroom. The moment I adjourn, I don't want live mics. You switch them off. I cautioned the other day about the movement of individuals on the bench, as well as at what is primarily the bar, which are the tables for the defense and the state. From now on, nobody enters that area during adjournments as well. There's a white line behind where the accused sit, and you can place your microphones before the court starts and remove it after the court adjourns in the afternoon. Otherwise, nobody in this area. Of course, the accused are in a holding area up above. They're escorted by the police quite far behind the bench. Failing to adhere to these arrangements that I've made, insofar as it relates to access to this court, I won't hesitate to remove people from the courtroom. It is a court. I hope I've made myself clear. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. You may call the witness. Thank you. I just forgot to mention that we have a second interpreter available, Mr. Mujadin Yankees, one of our senior interpreters from Cape Town. And just for the parties to know, Mr. Yankees has made a special sacrifice yesterday. It was Eid. He sacrificed half of his Eid to travel here. Mr. Yankees, thank you and welcome. Thank you. You may proceed. All right, let's move Ms. Mkabai's house. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Good morning, Mr. Lombard.
Good morning, Ms. Mkabai.
Good morning, Ms. Mkabai. Mr. Lombard, I'll take you back to Jacob's Bay Beach, where this buggy that gave my client lift stopped.
Even meneer Lombard het vanuit Jacob's Bay staan toe waar je die buggy met die toegeneem. My lord, just notified that we also don't have the statements in front of us as well.
Can we just arrange any of the statements that we had at the witness stand on Friday? All right, let's get going, and once we get to that point, between the prosecutors, they're going to try and get the documents out. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my lord. My client is saying he doesn't know the exact time when this buggy stopped at Jacob's Bay Beach, but he assumes it was between 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
My client said that I really wanted to be buggy daar by Jacob's Bay gekom het nie, maar hy dink dat dit is tussen 3 to 5 in die middag.
Can you dispute this?
Kan u dit ontken?
Ik heb geen commentaar. Kan ik dit disputen?
Kan dispute, dat kan ik maar hoor.
He is basing his assumption of time on the following timeline.
Hy sê die rede wat hy dit sê is in die volgende tyd.
He's saying when his charges were withdrawn against him,
Hy sê dat die tyd wat die klagte teen hom teruggetrek was.
he didn't know what time was it, but he assumes it was between 11 and 12.
Hy sê weet nie hoe laat was dit nie, maar hy dink dit was tussen 11 uur en 12 uur.
Can you dispute this?
Kan u dit ontken?
Nederlaag maar.
No.
Because he didn't have taxi fare from court, he went to town hoping to see someone who can help him with taxi fare. He met with his cousin's boyfriend by the name of Kapla. Can you dispute this?
Hy sê dat hy nie geld gehad om na die hoek toe te gaan nie, maar hy het dorp toe gegaan om te miskien dat hy kan iemand kan kry wat hom kon help, maar die United kerel dan wat Kepler is, kan u dit ontken?
Nederlagbare.
Nou, my lord.
Kapla didn't have taxi fare either, so Kapla suggested to my client that they must go and hitchhike.
Kepler het nie geld gehad nie. Kepler het gesê dat kom ons dan van vraag vir geleentheid.
Rechtswetelagbare.
He's assuming that the time they were hiking is between or after 2 p.m.
Hy sê dat ek dink die tyd wat hulle geleentheid gevra het was na 2 uur se tyd.
Can you dispute this?
Kan u dit ontken?
Nederland.
Nou, my lord.
They waited about 30 minutes and then a white double cab van came and offered them a lift, is suspecting the time now was about 3:30 to 3.
Hy sê dat hulle omtrent daar 30 minute gewag vir die geleentheid toe die wit bakkie dan gekom. Hy dink dit was omtrent so 3 uur al reis die kant.
Can you dispute this?
Kan u dit ontken?
Nederlagbare.
Nou, my lord.
I just want to correct a slight a mistake I made regarding the occupants of this white motor vehicle. I said in court it was colored personnel. It was a black male and a female male.
Ek wil net even herstel, ek het gesê voor die mens wat in die bakkie was, dit was skillende mense gewees, maar ek sê, dit is een skillie soort mens wat in die voertuig was.
Okay,
Nou die neem van woord.
thank you. Now let's go to the interview itself.
Laat ons ook gaan na die onderhoud.
Mr. Lombard, did you interview my client?
Meneer Lombard, het u my cliënt onderhoud gevoer met my cliënt?
Ek was deel van die onderhoudvoering, ek en Fortuin.
I was part of the interview myself and Fortuin.
How much part did you play in my client's interview?
Hoeveel deel ook het ek u gespeel, hoeveel rol ek u gespeel die tydens van die
Ek het 'n mindere rol gespeel tydens sy onderhoud.
I played a very minimal role in his interview, my lord.
Okay. Who played a larger role in his interview?
Wie het 'n groot rol gespeel in die onderhoud?
Susan Fortuin.
Sergeant Fortuin.
Okay. Please explain, Captain, if somebody is called by the police for interview, what is expected in the interview? Or let me rephrase my question. What is your understanding of the word interview?
Wat verstaan u van die woord onderhoud?
Die woord die onderhoud self beteken dat daar 'n persoon gaan wees wat die onderhoud voer.
The word interview, basically interview means that there's someone that will be conducting the interview.
Daar gaan 'n ander party wees met wie die onderhoud gevoer gaan word.
There will also be other parties as well, someone that will also be part of the interview.
Mr. Lombard, we are speaking to a lay person. You are calling this lay person to the police station. What is it that you do? Don't say you conduct. In your conduct, what is it that you do?
Meneer Lombard, laat ons sê u roep nou 'n persoon wat niks wil weet nie. Wat doen hulle daar by die onderhoud? Wat word gedoen?
Ons lig die persoon in waar ons gaan gesels.
We inform the person what we're talking about or what is going to be spoken about.
Is interview a speech?
Interview, a speech.
Het is 'n gesels tussen twee persone.
It's a conversation between two persons.
Can you be specific? What kind of conversation is this? There are many forms of conversations.
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik, want daar's verskeie geselskappe meneer. Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik asseblief?
Dit is 'n gesels waar, soos ek voorheen gesê het, iemand wat die onderhoud lei, wat vrae stel.
As I've said that, it's someone that will be there asking the questions and conducting the interview.
Dan het jy 'n ander party wat gewoonlik antwoord.
And there's someone, the other person will be answering or replying.
Or it's a question answer thing in interview. Thank you, Mr. Lombard.
Die onderhoud is waar persoon vraag gevra word, op 'n ander een antwoord, vraag antwoord.
Dis gewoonlik so gedoen wees.
It's usually done like that.
It is tantamount to questioning.
So as a person word gevra.
Ja, daar is ook oop vrae as ook close questions.
The questions when someone is being asked, open and open questions as well, and closed questions.
Okay. Even in this interview of my client, it was conducted in the manner in which you are explaining before this court. There were questions and he was answering.
So die onderhoud met my cliënt was dieselfde, daar was vrae gewees en het geantwoord, vraag en geantwoord.
Dis die regtig maar.
That's correct.
Were those questions written down and the answers written down?
Was daardie vraag neergeskryf en die antwoorde ook neergeskryf?
If they were, where are they now?
As dit so was, waar is hulle nou?
Ek het dit nie neergeskryf nie.
I did not write them down.
Do you know, just a moment, do you know whether Sergeant Fontaine wrote it down?
Weet jy miskien dat Sergeant Fontaine dit neergeskryf?
Hy het tipe, ek dink is 'n klipbord met papier gehad vir hom.
I think he did, my lord, because he had a clipboard with papers with him.
But we never finished with the original interview. The only thing we're having as far as the interview is concerned is only your affidavits and your evidence in chief. And in your evidence in chief, you've never explained before this court the questions that were put to my client and the answers that he gave back to you.
Want ons het nie daar oorsproke van die onderhoud nie, ons het nie dit nie, die vraag wat neergeskryf en die antwoorde wat my kliënt gegee het. Die enigste ding wat ons het is u se verklaring, dis al en wat u nog gesê het in hof.
In my verklaring maak ek melding dat ek was erop gewees en dat ek self die verdagtes, die twee die vraag gestel het, maar hulle die antwoorde gegee het wat in my verklaring is.
My lord, I came and the interview was done, whereby I questioned all the suspects, my lord, and in my statement, where the questions and that were mentioned that were asked in my statements, my lord.
Thank you. Let me take you back, a step back to your previous answer, where you said you've seen that your colleague, Sergeant 14, was having. Maybe you will correct me if I'm wrong. Where you said Sergeant 14, you saw that he was having some questions or some questioning.
Laat ek net vir u terugvat na u se vorige antwoord toe. U het gesê dat u het gesien u kollega Sergeant 14 het klibbel gehad waarvan weer is vrae en antwoorde.
Ek het gesien hy skryf. Ek het nie sy notas gelees nie.
I saw that he was writing down, but I did not read what he was writing.
Are you suggesting that your colleague might be having the questions that were put to my client and the answers that he gave back to you?
Sê u dit nou dat u het gesien u kollega neergeskryf en die antwoorde wat my kliënt gesê het en teruggegee aan u?
Ek het aanvaar dat dit is wat hy neergeskryf het.
I took that that is what he was writing down.
You didn't write anything down?
U het niks neergeskryf nie.
Nee, laat maar.
No, my lord.
Can you advance reasons why you didn't write the questions you put to my client and the answers he gave to you?
Kan u dan vir ons advies of vir ons u kan sê dat hoekom het nie meer die vrae neergeskryf en antwoorde neergeskryf wat my kliënt vir my kliënt gevra het en die antwoorde daarvoor?
Die vrae wat ek aan hulle gestel het was spesifieke vrae en dit was minimaal.
The questions that I put to them were specific questions and they were minimal.
That was not my question.
Dit was nie die vraag, meneer.
My question is clear. Can you advance before this court the reasons why you didn't write down the questions you put to my client and you didn't write down the answers he gave to you, to your questions?
Kan u vir ons sê hoekom het u die vraag nie neergeskryf en die antwoorde wat die kliënt vir u gegee het? Rede hoekom?
Ek het tussen die kantore beweging, soos ek gesê het, dat Sergeant Fontaine was die leier interviewer.
As I say that I was moving in between, as I also said before that Sergeant Fontaine was the lead interviewer.
Without those questions and answers not being presented before this court, which guarantee this court will have confirming that indeed this alleged interview took place?
Sonder daardie vraag of die tyd wat die onderhoud gedoen was nie, wat garantie het ons dat daardie onderhoud regtig gebeur?
Daar is geen rede om eens te vertel dat die vraag nie aan hom gestel gewees het nie.
There's no reason to lie to say that the questions were asked of him and the question was asked from him or to him.
So that we don't waste court's time, Mr. Lombard. Listen to my questions and answer my question.
Nie om die tyd te mors, meneer Lombard, kan u die vraag luister en vraag antwoord.
My question is,
My vraag is,
now that you don't have the original interview will be the question from the interviewers and the answer from my client. You don't have that before the court. Now that you don't have that, which guarantee this court will have to prove that indeed the alleged interview took place?
want ons het nou nie die oorspronklike onderhoud, waar die vraag was neergeskryf, die persoon het geantwoord. Hoe sal ons nou weet regte waar daardie onderhoud het gebeur, want ons het mos nou nie daai dokument hier voor ons nie.
Eerlikwaar, my woord is dat die onderhoude het plaasgevind.
My lords, my words are that the interview took place.
Die vraag wat ek ingelig gewees het met wat hulle gesê het,
The question they said and what they said,
het ek aan hulle gestel te binnenkom
I told them when I got to them,
en het is melding gemaak in my verklaring.
and it is mentioned in my statement.
Did Sergeant Fortin file an interview saying that Sergeant Fortin is a male or is a female?
Sergeant Fortuin, a female of a man's name.
Dis 'n manspersoon.
It's a male.
Now that he didn't file any affidavit pertaining let me rephrase my question. Why Sergeant Fortin, if he's the one who played a major role in interviewing my client, why it is you who filed an affidavit pertaining to the interview, not him?
Hoekom het Sergeant Fortuin nie 'n verklaring gemaak nie, want hy is die persoon wat 'n rol, 'n groter of die leier gewees van die onderhoud, maar u het dan 'n verklaring gegee nie, hoekom nie?
Het is reg dat Sergeant Fortuin nie 'n onderhoud verklaring gemaak het nie.
It's correct that Sergeant Fortuin didn't make or give a statement regarding the interview.
Nadat ek die vraag aan hulle gestel het,
After I've asked the questions from them,
het hulle bevestig aan my
and they confirmed to me
met hulle antwoorde
with their answers,
en op dit het ek die verklaring ingesit.
and on that I made a statement.
Let me focus on Stevie Noyes, Mr. Van Rijn. What are the specific questions that you put to my client?
Laat ek nou nie konsentreer op Stevino McLean. Wat is hierdie vraag of wat u vir hom gevra het?
Soos nadat ek ingelig het dat Stefano hulle gesê het dat die polisie moet verklaar vir oor die verdwyning van Joshlin.
After we informed that Stevino them said that the police or Kelly must be asked about the disappearance of Joshlin,
Toe ek opgaan na die seebode kantoor het,
I went out to the sea border officers.
het ek daai vraag
Just a minute. That is not the question. I don't want to hear what you did. My question is clear. What are the questions that you put to my client?
Ek wil nie hoor wat u gedoen het. Ek vra vir u, wat is die vraag wat u my kliënt gevra het?
Just one moment. Let the witness first answer the question, and then I'll deal with any objection. It might be that the objection will not be necessary. So let's let the witness answer. What the question is, what are the questions that you pose to Mr. Van Rijn?
Ek het aan Mr. Van Rijn genoem dat ek verstaan, hy het genoem dat ons moet verklaar die vraag oor die verdwyning van Joshlin.
I said to Mr. Van Rijn that I understand or hear that we have to ask Kelly about the disappearance of Joshlin.
And did he respond to that?
Het hy geantwoord aan dit?
Hy het tot 'n mate gesê dat nee, hy het geantwoord dat hy wou nie eintlik sê hoekom ons vir Kelly moet vra nie en hy kon geen rede gee spesifiek hoekom ons vir Kelly moet vra behalwe dat hy gesê het dat ons vir Kelly vra nie.
My Lord, he said he didn't want to give a reason or as why we have to ask Kelly, besides saying that we have to ask Kelly about the disappearance of Joshlin.
Thank you. Ms. Swanepoel, do you still have an objection?
No, my Lord.
It's covered. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kabay.
Thank you, my Lord. Was this the only question you put to my client?
Is dit die enigste vraag wat u my kliënt gevra het of gestel het?
Later aan was ek ingelig dat hulle die persoon Makalima genoem het.
Later the evening, I was informed about this person called Makalima.
En dat Makalima ons kan help, heel moontlik kan help om vir Joshlin te vind.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
En dat Makalima oor inligting besit wat vir ons heel moontlik kan help waar Joshlin is.
I was late in the evening, my Lord. We were informed about this person called Makalima that might have information as to where Joshlin is.
Ek het daai vraag ook aan Stefano gevra.
I also asked Stefano about that,
En sy antwoord het dieselfde gebly.
and his answer remained the same.
Daar was 'n vraag gewees of hy weet wat Joshlin is.
And there was also a question posed to him that does he know where Joshlin is?
Sorry, Captain. What was the same question?
Let the witness first finish and then we can follow up. Let the witness give his explanation. There was also a question about whether he knows where Joshlin was.
There was ook 'n vraag om te gevra was weet hy waar Joshlin is?
Hy het geantwoord dat hy nie weet nie.
He answered by saying he does not know.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabay.
There is a question, Mr. Lombard, where you said my client gave the same answer. I wanted to know that exam answer that he gave.
Daar is een waar u gesê het my kliënt het dieselfde antwoord gegee. Ek wil net weet wat is daar dieselfde antwoord, meneer Lombard?
Die vraag was gewees oor Makalima
The question was about Makalima
en of sy en of hy seker is dat Makalima inligting het wat vir ons kan help om vir Joshlin te vind.
and is he sure that Makalima has information as to where we can find Joshlin?
En hy het geantwoord dat Makalima sal ons kan help.
And he answered by saying that Makalima will be able to assist us or help us.
En volgens hom het sy inligting gehad waar Joshlin heel moontlik kan wees.
According to him, he had possible information as to where Joshlin can be. She can be.
But all these questions and answers don't appear in your evidence in chief.
Can you please repeat that?
You didn't mention this line of questioning in your evidence in chief.
En u se getuienis in hoof, u het nie van hierdie genoem nie, die tydens wat die aanklaer vir u gevra het nie.
Lagbaar het jy dit genoem, van ek het die vraag in konteks gesit dat ek het gevra oor die persoon Makalima.
My Lord, I did mention that because I made it a meaning in context that I asked him about the person called Makalima.
En dat hy 'n melding gemaak het dat sy met moontlike inligting sit wat ons kan help om vir Joshlin te vind.
And he also mentioned that she possibly has information as to where Joshlin can be found.
In your evidence in chief, you mentioned that, and open quotes, we made it clear to Stevino that Boda and Kelly are not protecting him, close quotes.
Ons het dit duidelik gemaak dat Kelly en Boda verdedig nie vir hom nie, of beskerm nie vir hom nie.
Why did you say this?
Hoekom het u dit gesê?
Dit was 'n onderhoudsstrategie.
It was our interview strategy.
And what was his comment or response on this statement?
Wat was sy kommentaar geweest, hoe het hy gereageer op daardie wat u gesê het?
Zover ik kan het dan, denk ik, jy het enige iets gesê nie.
As far as I can remember, I don't think that he said anything,
Maar dat heb je al geluisterd.
but he listened.
Just one moment, just goodbye. What do you mean by it was an interview strategy?
Wat bedoel u as u sê dat het was die onderhoudsstrategie geweest?
En wel achtbare, gewoonlijk met onderhouden, as daar een strategie wat er soms wat ons self in opkom, hoe om vrouw om die persoon te benaderen.
My Lord, usually in an interview, there's a strategy whereby we ask questions as to how to come close or get some information from someone.
En by daai tyd het ons geweet dat Boeta en Kelly
By that time, we knew that Buddha and Kelly
het die nouwe verhouding en dat hulle twee net oor mekaar gesels.
that they have had a relationship and they were just talking about each other.
En dat Kelly die gewoonte het en Boeta self dat hulle net mekaar beskerm.
And that Kelly and Buddha had this norm of protecting each other.
Thank you, Ms. Nkaba.
Thank you, my Lord. Was the statement true?
Was is se verklaring waar?
Dit is waar.
That's true.
When I look at your statement,
As ek aan u se verklaring kyk,
my understanding of it, I might be wrong. You'll correct me if I'm wrong.
soos ek dit verstaan, miskien ek kon verkeerd wees, u kan vir my regstel.
You were instilling fear to my client.
In ander woorde, u het my kliënt bang gemaak.
Can you dispute that?
Kan u dit ontken?
Dit is onwaar.
Untrue.
Number two, when I look at this statement, I see that you were enticing him to implicate Mr. Apollis and Ms. Smith.
Soos as ek so dit kyk, ek het soos u wil gehad het, hy moet die ander mense ook implementeer in hierdie ding.
Dit is onwaar.
It's untrue.
Let me go back to what you said, that this was your strategy.
Dat ek
Did
nou,
your strategy work?
dat ek nou terug gaan waar u gesê het, dit was u se strategie geweest. En u se strategie gewerk.
Volgens my ja.
According to you, yes.
Why do you say so?
Hoekom sê u so?
Maar soos ek getuige dat ek was later ingelig is dat Stefano was die eerste persoon wat verwysing gemaak het na dat die polisie vir Kelly moet vra.
As I've said that later on came that Stefano is the person that made reference to that the police must ask Kelly.
As ook dat hy met die naam Makalima eerste na vore gekom het tydens die onderhoud.
And also that he came up first with the name Makalima in the interview.
Thank you. You are now telling the court that your strategy is the only thing that influenced my client to speak.
So u sê ook dat u se strategie is die ding wat gemaak het dat my kliënt moet praat.
Die strategie is nie om mense te forceer om te praat nie.
A strategy is not made to make someone or person to force someone to speak.
Dit skep net 'n tipe rigting hoe die onderhoud gevoer gaan word en hoe ons die persoon gaan benader.
It just gave us a direction as to how to speak with the person and the person to get information.
I put to you, your strategy unduly so influenced my client to speak, and that was the motive.
Ek wil dit aan u stel dat hoe u die vraag op die u se strategie het my kliënt maak om te praat versier om te praat.
Dat is niet waar, nee.
It's not true.
Thank you. Going down your evidence in chief, I see you again repeating the same statement.
Ek sê as ek nou u kyk aan u se verklaring, u sê dat u herhaal nou dieselfde verklaring.
Why did you have to repeat this
Hoekom-
statement again to my client?
Hoekom moet u dan dat dieselfde verklaring of dieselfde ding herhaal het aan my kliënt?
Can I just get some clarity? The statement about the fact that Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith would discover for themselves and they will leave him
Yes, my
on
lord.
his own.
Die gedeelte waar gesê is dat meneer Paulus en mevrou Smith hulle gaan mekaar beskerm.
Eerlijk, dit was deel van die strategie. En dit is wat ons nou genoem het.
And that it was part of the strategy, my lord. That is what we said to him.
Thank you.
When you warned him the second time that Kelly and Buta are not protecting him, what was his response?
Die tyd wat u dit aan hom die tweede keer genoem het, nie dan Kelly en Buta beskerm vir my, wat het hy gesê?
Ik heb niet geantwoord, nee.
He did not answer.
His silence for the second time, what did it mean to you?
Tweede keer wat hy stil gebly het, wat het dit bedoel of aan u?
Het kan wees dat hij homself uitgeblok het, wat ons nou genoem het.
It can be that he blocked out what we have mentioned or said to him.
Het kan ook wees dat hij niet gehoord het wat ons gesê het.
It can also be that he just heard what we said.
You testify that you started interviewing him and the time was 8 p.m. Is that correct?
U het gesê dat
Just one moment. Was it not 10 o'clock?
I might be wrong.
The way I have it, and I have a note somewhere that they left to go to the house, and when they returned, it was about 10. That's how I have it. It was in the other book.
My lord, I can confirm. I can confirm that is indeed also how I have it and how my notes read, that after he was then informed about what happened and that the neighbor had opened the door next door, we then decided to start with the interviews. It was now about 10 p.m.
Yeah, that
That's
was the
my notes.
debate on Friday whether it was again.
Yes, and I don't have again, but I definitely have. We then decided to start with the interviews. It was about 10 p.m.
Yeah.
What time was it when you were warning my client for the second time about Buta and Kelly?
kan u onthou hoe laat was dit die tyd wat u vir my kliënt gewaarsku het oor Kelly en Buta vir die tweede keer?
Remember, you started these interviews about 10.
Onthou dat u die onderhoud begin so 10 uur se kant.
You have already questioned him. He has already answered some questions to you. Now I'm at the second time when you're warning him about Buta and Kelly. Do you still remember what time was that?
U moet onthou, u het hom vrae gevra tot hy geantwoord, vrae gevra en geantwoord. Nou die tweede keer wat u hom waarsku oor Kelly en Buta, hoe laat was dit?
Ik kan niet onthou nie.
I can't remember.
But common calls, it was after 10 p.m.
Maar dit was na 10 uur se kant, 10 uur die aand.
Ek weet dit was deel van die eerste gedeelte van die onderhoud met hom.
I know that it was the first part of the interview with him.
And the interview started at about 10.
En die onderhoud het begin 10 uur se.
Dis reg gedlag.
That's correct, my lord.
Without using the calculator, the time you were asking him for the second time, you were warning him for the second time, it was after 10.
Dit was sonder om, my lord, okay. En dit was om 'n calculator te gebruik want die tweede keer wat u vir hom gewaarsku het.
Ek het hom nie gewaarsku nie.
I did not warn him.
Ek het hom ingelig.
I informed him.
The time you were informing him for the second time that Buddha and Kelly are not protecting him, do you still remember what time was that?
Die tyd wat u vir hom ingelig het, die tweede keer, kan u onthou hoe laat was die tyd wat u vir hom ingelig het oor Buddha en Kelly?
Ek onthou dit was genoem gewees in die eerste fase van die onderhoud wat ek deel gewees het.
I remember that it was mentioned in the first part of the interview with him.
And what time was that?
En hoe laat was dit?
Dit was net so oor 10 gewees die aand.
It was about after 10 the evening.
You testify that you went down to, at some stage, you went down to FCS offices. While you were down there, a member came to report to you that my client is speaking.
U het genoem dat u het ondertoe gegaan na die FCF se kantore toe. Iemand het daar gekom en gesê dat my kliënt praat.
Dis korrek gedlag.
That's correct, my lord.
Who was this member who was calling you?
Wie was hierdie lid gewees, meneer?
Ek kan nie onthou nie, maar ek dink dit was 'n uniformlid vir wie hulle gestuur het na my toe.
I can't remember, my lord, but I think that it was a uniform member that was sent to me.
Van daar was van die popslede uniformlede op die perseel ook gewees.
Because there were also of POPs members on the premises.
Maar ek kan nie onthou wie het gewees het nie.
But I can't remember who it was.
Then you went up.
Dit is reg gedlag.
That's correct, my lord. I went up.
And my client at that time, in evidence, you said he was with Sergeant Fontaine.
En u sê dat op daardie tyd u 'n getuienis inwoog dat my kliënt was met Sergeant Fontaine.
Dis reg gedlag.
That's correct, my lord.
And as per your evidence, my client, the first person he spoke to, if he spoke, the first person he spoke to is Sergeant Fontaine.
En soos in getuienis dat die eerste persoon wat my kliënt met gepraat het is Sergeant Fontaine. So, that's correct?
Dis korrek.
Okay. When Sergeant Fontaine was telling you that my client has spoken, did he tell you what did he do after listening to what my client was saying to him?
Nadat meneer Sergeant Fontaine vir u gesê dat my kliënt het gepraat, het meneer Fontaine genoem wat het gebeur of wat het hy gedoen nadat my kliënt gepraat het?
Nee, dit lag my.
No, my lord.
Now you are at the sea border offices.
Nou is daar by die sea border kantore.
You've been called by the member. Where did you see my client?
U word deur die lid geroep. So waar het u my kliënt gesien?
En agter Stefano was nog steeds in die kantoor langs die boardroom gewees.
Stefano was still in the office next to the boardroom.
How was he seated? Or how was he standing? Was he standing? Was he seated? If he was seated, how was he seated?
Het hy gestaan, as hy gestaan het en as hy gesit het, hoe het hy gesit, meneer?
Hy het gesit agter 'n tafel.
He was sitting behind a table.
Other than you and Sergeant Fontaine, who else saw my client sitting behind the table?
Behalwe u en Sergeant Fontaine, wie anders het gesien dat my kliënt het agter die tafel gesit?
Daar was gewees dat ek gedink. Ek dink dit was van die law enforcement lede wat saam aan die kantoor gewees het.
I think some of the law enforcement members that were also there when I was there.
Ja, daar was about 3 of 4 persone saam gewees
It was about 3 or 4 persons
in hy kantoor.
in that office.
Do you know their names?
Ken u die persone se name?
Dit was Mr. Kelly,
It was Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Hector
Mr. Hector,
en Sergeant Sangozi.
Sergeant Sangozi.
Do you have any knowledge whether they filed affidavits pertaining to the interview of that night?
Miskien kennis het hulle verklaringe geneem van die onderhoud wat gebeur het daardie dag?
Nee, laat maar.
No, my lord.
Did they file affidavits, or don't you have any knowledge whether they filed
Het hulle
affidavits?
verklaringe gemaak of u dra nie kennis hulle verklaringe gemaak?
Hulle het nie gedaan.
They did not, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Do you perhaps know why they didn't file affidavits?
Weet u miskien hoekom het hulle nie verklaringe gemaak nie?
Nee, laat maar.
No, my lord.
Thank you. Let's go back to the table.
Laat ons nou terug gaan na die tafel toe.
There's the scene you are painting. My client is seated behind the table. Where was Sergeant Fortin seated?
U het nou 'n prentjie vir ons gesit, waar het die sergeant gesit?
As 'n mens inkom by die deur,
When you come through by the door,
dan was die tafel meer aan die linkerkant gewees.
the table was more to the left-hand side.
Stefano het aan die ander kant van die tafel gesit.
Stefano was seated on the other side of the table,
Fortuin was aan die kant naaste aan die deur gewees.
and Fortin was on the side more to the door.
Was Fortin seated at the table, or was he standing in the office,
Het Fortin,
as you recall?
soos u kan onthou, het Fortin gestaan of gesit by die tafel.
En Agbar, ek kan nie onthou of hy gesit of gestaan het nie.
My lord, I can't remember whether he was seated or he was standing.
Mhm.
Then you came. Did you stand or did you sit?
U het dan gekom, het u gestaan of het u gesit?
Ek dink ek het gestaan in die Agbar.
I think I was standing, my lord.
You are there. What was the first thing you do?
U was daar, wat was die eerste ding wat u gedoen het?
Ek het met Sergeant, ek het gevra om te sê vir Sergeant Fortuin dat ek hoor dat Stefano praat dat ons moet vir Kelly vra wat gebeur.
I asked, or I said to Sergeant Fortin, I hear that Stefano mentioned or saying that we have to ask Kelly what had happened.
Ek het toe vir Stefano gevra
I then asked Stefano
of hy dit wel gesê het
to ask him whether he said that
en hoekom hy so sê.
and why is he saying that.
Let's start with the first question. You asked him whether he said that, and what was his response?
Laat ons begin met die eerste een. U het hom gevra, hoekom het dit gesê, wat het hy gesê?
Hy het ja geantwoord.
He answered yes.
Your question was, you asked him why did he say that, and what was his response?
U sê dat u het hom gevra, hoekom het dit gesê, en wat was sy antwoord?
My vraag was of hy dit gesê het.
My question was whether he said it.
Well, that he already responded to. Yes, he said it.
Dis hy gedaan.
Now, the next question from Simkabai is, you also asked him, why did he say it?
En die volgende vraag was, u het ook vir hom gevra, hoekom het hy dit gesê?
Hy het net verwys na ons moet vir Kelly vra.
He just referred to us to say we must ask Kelly.
And what did you do after that? After those answers from my client, what did you do?
Just one moment. I just want to go
sorry.
a step back. Just so that we don't have any confusion, just hold your horses with that question. This Mr. Kelly, is it a Mr. Kelly and a Mr. Hector and a Sergeant Sangozi?
Jy sê reg maar.
Yes, my lord.
So do I take it they were the law enforcement?
So I sal dit noem dat hulle was die law enforcement offisiere.
Dis reg dit.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, so yes, Ms. Kabay, I interrupted you. I just wanted to get clarity in case further witnesses testify that we know exactly where to place them. Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
I interrupted you.
After hearing my client's answers, what did you do?
Nadat u my kliënt se antwoord gehoor, wat het u gedoen?
Ek het daar gelaat en toe is ons na Boeta toe.
I left at the time and then we went to Boeta.
Okay. It is evidence that you went down to FCS offices again and another member came to call you.
Is dit is 'n antwoord dat u weer teruggaan na die FCF kantore toe en ander lid vir u kom roep?
Dis reg gevra maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you still remember who this member was calling you for the second time?
Kan u nog steeds onthou of kan u onthou wie is die lid wat vir u die tweede keer kom roep het?
Nee, reg maar.
No, my lord.
Do you still remember what did he say to you when he was calling you?
Kan u onthou wat het die persoon gesê die wat die persoon vir u geroep het?
Before you went up to see Boda, do you still remember what did he tell you while you're still down at FCS offices?
Voor u opgegaan het na die Sibode kantore toe, wat het die persoon vir u gesê daar onder by FCS?
Ek weet ek was gevra gewees om op te kom.
I know that I was asked to come up.
Ek is opgegaan.
I went up.
Before you go up, this member who was calling you, did he tell you why he was calling you? Why you were called up?
Voor u opgegaan het nie, het hierdie persoon of hierdie lid vir u gesê, hoekom moet u opkom?
Ek kan nie nou onthou nie, maar
I can't remember now, my lord.
Okay. Can't remember what this member said. Then you went up.
U kan nou onthou nie wat die lid gesê nie, maar u het opgegaan.
dis nie reg klaar maar.
That's correct, my lord.
What was happening now in the alleged interview when you went up for the second time?
Die tyd wat u die tweede keer opgegaan het, nee, vir die sogenoemde onderhoud, wat het gebeur of wat het plaasgevind?
Ek onthou ek op hoe by die kantoor kom was Stefano nog steeds sittend waar ek op later vroeër die aand.
I remember when I went up to the room where the interview took place. Stefano was seated as where he was seated, my lord, or the way he was seated.
Dieselfde lede was steeds met hom gewees.
The same members were still with him.
Vertel het toe vir my meer gedeel van die persoon naam van Makalima wat Stefano gesê het van.
Fortuin mentioned to me or told me about the name Makalima that was mentioned by Stefano.
Ik heb aan Stefano gevraagd oor die persoon Makalima.
I asked Stefano about this person Makalima.
Hy het ook met my meegedeel dat sy met moontlike inligting sit wat vir ons kan help om heel moontlike Joshlin te vind.
And he mentioned or said to me that this person is sitting with possible information as to where we can find Joshlin.
Op die vraag waar sy woon,
And on the question asking where does she reside,
het hy verduidelik waar sy woon.
and he explained as to where the person resides.
And this is the second time when you're called up.
Dit is die tweede keer wat u opgeroep was.
Jy sit nog by.
Yes, my lord.
In your evidence in chief, you testify that a member came down to you while you were at FCS building, and this member told you that Stevino and Bota, they want to speak the truth. That is the reason you went up. That's what you said in your evidence in chief.
En u getuienis in hoof, u het genoem dat 'n persoon of 'n lid het vir u kom roep daar by die FCF gebou om te sê dat Stevino en Bota wil die waarheid praat. Dit is wat u gesê het.
Now, during cross-examination, you are saying the reason you were called up is because Stevino was telling you about told Sergeant Fortuin about Makalima.
Nou, u sien nou dat in kry so 'n vraag en dat sê dat Sergeant Fortuin het u gesê dat my kliënt het gepraat van Makalima.
From these two versions, which one is true?
Van die twee weergawe, watter een is waar?
It was not the witness's testimony that did not happen. He said specifically he cannot recall what exactly the member told him. But when he went up there and he found Fortuin, that is what Fortuin told him. It's not that the one is true and the other one is not true.
Is that it?
Yes, my lord.
I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
En lagbare in hoof het ek gesê van die geval waar hulle vir my gesê het van dat Boetan Stefano die waarheid wil praat.
My lord, in evidence chief, I said upon instance that Buddha and Stefano want to tell the truth.
Ek het die gebeure vertel wat daarna plaasgevind het.
I explained of what happened after that.
En toe ek klaar is met daai gedeelte, het ek aan die hof genoem dat daai gedeelte kom na die gedeelte wat hulle ingelig het van Makalima.
And I explained to the kid that what happened, the part of what took place, and that part came after of what the naming or the mentioning of Makalima.
Ek het ook genoem dat ek die volgorde verkeerd gehad het.
And I also stated that I had the sequence wrong.
Van ek het bygevoeg dat as gevolg van wat Boeta Stefano vir ons ingelig het van Makalima,
En
is
ook-
ons toe na Makalima se huis toe.
And I also added that of what were told by Buddha and Ms. accused number 2 about Makalima, and we went to Makalima's place.
So die gedeelte waar ek geroep gewees het wat hulle gesê het dat Boeta en Stefano wil die waarheid praat, het eers gebeur toe ons teruggekom het van Makalima af.
And the part where Buddha and Van Rijn wanted to tell the truth, that happened after we came from Makalima's place.
En ek het die orde van het teruggesit om te seker het verkeerd gaan.
I just placed it or corrected the sequence as I stated that I had the sequence wrong.
I will leave that for argument. Now the next question is, When Sergeant,
Just one moment. Yes, thank you.
when Sergeant Fontaine told you what my client has sent to him, did he tell you what did he do with this information, or what did he do after hearing this information?
Dit was Sergeant Fortuin vir u sê wat my kliënt gesê het. Sergeant Fortuin gesê wat het u gedoen met hierdie informasie?
En eigenlijk kan misschien ook baie net specifiek wees met wat de inligting.
Can Ms. Mkabai just be specific with what information?
The information about Makalima?
Die informasie oor Makalima.
Ik was er ook geweest.
Can you please repeat that?
Ik was er ook geweest om op te komen.
I was called to come up.
Yes.
Ja.
So, dit het gebeur. Ek weet nie wat het gebeur tussen hy persoon gestuur het en my nie, maar ek heb hoekom te vertel hy vir my van Makalima.
I was called to come up, so I don't know what happened, what was it between him and the person that he called me, but when I went up there, that is what he told me.
Okay. When you went up there, did you ask my client about this information about Makalima?
Die wat u daar was of daar ook gekom het u vir my my kliënt gevra oor die persoon Makalima?
Dis reg gedaan.
That's correct, my lord.
And it is your evidence that after hearing this information, you went down to FCS offices again.
En u sê dat na u die informasie of dat gehoor het, u weer teruggegaan na die FCS kantoor toe.
Na die informasie bevestig gewees het dat hulle twee wel die persoon se naam genoem het en verduidelik het.
And after the confirmation of the person's name was mentioned and both of them mentioned this person's name,
Het ons toe vinnig gesê ons by tyd gesê dat ons dit gaan die huis gaan besoek en ek is toe af FCS kantoor toe.
we had a quick conversation or discussion outside that we're going to follow this up, and I went to the FCS offices.
Yes, you can continue, Mr. Lombard.
En lang daarna is ons toe, dit was ongeveer 11 uur se kant toe.
Not long after that, it was around about 11 p.m. in the evening.
As ons toe na Makalima se huis toe.
We went to Makalima's residence.
Die huis was geproseseer gewees
The house was processed
deur die local criminal record center.
by the local criminal record center.
Die K9 honde was daar gewees.
The K9 unit dogs was there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lombard. Let me leave that part. I want you, when you are back now, you are back at the sea border offices. Where did you get my client?
Oh, is this now after they had gone to Makalima's house?
Yes, my lord.
Laat ons los daai gedeelte, meneer Lombard. Laat ons nou sê dat die tyd wat hulle teruggegaan het na die seabode kantore toe, waar het u my kliënt gekry?
Soos ek het tegen ons het ongeveer so 2 uur na 2 uur terug gewees by die seabode perseel gewees.
As I've said, it was around about 2 o'clock when we went back to the seabode offices or premises.
Nadat ek die eggenote Makalima en die 2 kinders in die gemakkelijk gemaakt het, hulle het die kantoor van die forensic social worker as ek op seabode kantoor toe.
After I've made comfortable the partner and kids of Makalima, and they were with the forensic social worker, and I went to the seabode offices.
Ek het toe daai het ek vir Stefano nog in dieselfde kantoor gevind.
And I found Stefano still in the same office.
Still seated behind the table.
No, sits after the tafel gesit.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Seeing that the whole night you were interviewing them, now it's in the morning session, was he not looking drowsy or sleepy?
Want eerder nou volgens met hom gepraat oor onderhoud volgens met hom die heel aan. Ek dink nie so hoe gelyk die drowsy of dizzy gelyk.
Dat het vir my so voorgekom het.
He didn't come appear like that to me.
Then the interviews continued.
Die onderhoud het voorgegaan.
Ik het eerst met Makalima gesels.
I first had a conversation with Makalima.
In die boordkamer van Boeta was er geskuif geweest na 'n ander kantoor toe.
In the boardroom because Boeta was moved or taken to another office.
En na ons met Makalima gesels het, was dit toe na Stefano toe.
After I spoken to Makalima, then went to Stefano.
Why did you go to Stefano?
Hoekom het u na Stefano toe gegaan?
Van die weergawe wat Makalima aan ons gestel het, was verskillend met dit wat Stefano vir ons gegee het. Daar was vrae geweest om dit.
For the version that we got from Makalima, it was different from what we got or what we heard from Stefano.
You went to him to question him about this information you got from Makalima.
U het na hom toe gegaan om hom te vra oor die informasie wat u gekry het van Makalima.
Dis korrek, het laat maar.
That's correct, my lord.
After questioning him, what happened?
Nadat u vir hom gevra het wat het gebeur,
Hy het eers, toe ek daar gewees het hy eers basies gesê het hy het kennis van nie, hy het ontken dat Makalima nie die waarheid gesels nie.
I think when I was there, I spoke to him the first time, he denied it and he said that he has no knowledge of what Makalima is saying and Makalima is lying.
Ek is toe vir hom gelaat met sy Sandfontein hulle my onderhoud af te voer en ek is toe weer af SABC kantoor gegaan.
I left him behind with Sergeant Fontaine, continued the interview, then I went to the FCS offices.
Was that the last time you were having contact with my client as far as interviews were concerned?
Was dit die laaste keer wat ek kontak gehad het met my kliënt verband met die onderhoud?
Nee, lag maar.
No, my lord.
Please take us to the next contact with my client.
Kan u dan ons noem na vat na die volgende kontak wat u gehad het met my kliënt?
Die volgende kontak met Stefano was nadat ek onder ingelig gewees het dat Stefano hulle daarbo hulle wat die waarheid oor wat gebeur het.
The following contact I had with Stefano, it was when I was told downstairs that Stefano didn't want to tell the truth.
The member was sent down to call you because Stefano now is saying he wants to speak the truth.
Die lid was ondertoe gestuur en sê dat die Stefano wil nou die waarheid praat.
Dis die rede kon ek opgegaan het, ja.
That's the reason I went up, yes.
And you went up? What happened? Now you are up.
Jy het boontoe gegaan, wat is gebeur?
Vertel het my ingelig dat Stefano het aangedui dat hy die waarheid wil praat.
Fontaine informed you, told me that Stefano want to tell the truth.
Ek het vir Stefano ingelig van sy, ek het vir Stefano gevra, is dit so dat jy die waarheid wil gesels?
Asked Stefano, is it so that you want to tell the truth?
Hy het dit wel bevestig.
He confirmed that.
Ek het toe vir hom ingelig van sy regte,
I informed him of his rights,
wat hy aangedui het dat hy verstaan.
which indicated that he understood.
Ek het hom gevra of hy nog steeds die waarheid wil praat.
I asked him, does he still want to tell the truth?
Hy het wel gesê ja.
He said yes.
Ek het aan hom gevra as hy bereid om 'n verklaring af te gee gaande die waarheid wat hy weet.
I asked him that does he want to give a statement with the truth that you want to tell.
Hy het ja geantwoord.
He answered by saying yes.
Ek het die vraag verder gelei of hy bereid is om 'n uitwysing te doen oor die huis, die perseel van Makalima.
And I also asked him further that does he want to point out or make a pointing out of the house or the residence of Makalima.
Hy het aangedui dat hy bereid om dit te doen.
And he said yes, he will do that.
Ek het aan hom verduidelik die proses gaande hoe 'n verklaring afgeneem gaan word as ook 'n uitwysing.
And I also explained to him how a statement will be taken and also the process of pointing out.
Thank you. What time was it when you were explaining his consular rights to him?
Hoe laat was dit die tyd wat u vir hom sy regte verduidelik het?
Dit was niet zo na 3 geweest.
It was just about 3 o'clock, after 3. It was just about after 3.
You didn't mention before this court, even in your evidence in chief, you didn't mention which consular rights you explained to my client.
U het genoem in die hof wat de regte wat u aan hom verduidelik nie.
Can you explain before this court
Ek kan u verduidelik hier in die hof.
the rights that you are allegedly saying you explained to my client?
Die sogenoemde regte wat u gesê u het vir hom verduidelik.
Ik heb aan hom verduidelik dat hy het reg om stil te bly, om swyg uit te oefen.
I also informed him that he has the right to remain silent.
Ik heb aan hom verduidelik dat hy het reg tot prokureur.
I explained to him that he has a right to a legal representative.
Als hij kan bekostig, kan hij zichzelf aanstellen.
And if he can afford, he can also uphold his own legal representative.
Als hij niet kan bekostig, dan geeft die staat legal aid. Dan kan hij aanzoek doen voor legal aid.
And if he can't afford his own legal representative, he can make an application for legal aid.
Als hij niet een rechtsvertegenwoordiger heeft, nee.
And if he can't have a legal representative,
Dat hij van zichzelf kan praten.
he can also be in person.
Thank you. You testify that you saw my client for the first time at the sea border offices around 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Even kan vir my regstelde, u het gesê dat u het my kliënt gesien die eerste keer by die seaborder kantoor omtrent so 5 uur se kant.
Dat is reg gevraagd, maar
That's correct, my lord.
Just to, for context, it's 5 o'clock the previous afternoon.
5 o'clock on the 4th.
Yeah.
Bishop, now.
Can we maybe notice it's almost 10 o'clock. We've been going for an hour and a half, hour and a quarter. Take a 10-minute break and then proceed. And if you want to swap during the break, or if you want to go on till the end of Ms. Mkabai's, I'm speaking to Ms. Pulani, so that we just save the vocal cords of Ms. Pulani. She's still recovering. But let's take a 10-minute break till 10:10, and then resume till 10:10. Court adjourned.
Toe hy bevestig of toe ek hoor hy wil die waarheid praat, het ek nie geweet daar moment wat is die waarheid nie.
My Lord, when he confirmed that you would like to tell the truth, I did not know what truth it was, what was the truth.
Just one moment. Just one moment, Mr. Yankees, you don't know the drill yet. If we can just either adjust the microphone for you, or if you could move closer to the microphone. There we go. So can you just repeat?
Nadat hy aanduiding gegee het dat hy wel die waarheid wou praat, het ek nie geweet wat die waarheid is nie.
After he indicated that he'd like to tell the truth, I was not aware, or I did not know what the truth was that he wanted to tell.
Die waarheid vir my was dat hy heel moontlik inkriminerende feite gaan gee wat homself gaan incriminate in die misdaad wat ons ondersoek op daardie stadium.
To me, probably that the truth that you want to tell among part of it will be self-incriminating information will form part of the truth that you wanted to tell.
En dit was belangrijk geweest om in te lig in daardie rigting.
Therefore, it was important to inform him of those rights.
I put to you, Mr. Lombard, your rights were late. Your rights were irrelevant at that stage. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this.
Ek sê kan u kaptein Lombard dat u regte was laat geweest en u regte was nie tersakelijk op daardie stadium nie.
You were called while you were at the FCS offices. A member came and called you to go up because Stevino was speaking.
Hy was daar in FCS kantoor geweest, is opgeroep naar hy kantoor toe.
You went up, you met my client with Sergeant Fontaine.
Hy het opgegaan, hy ontmoet, hy kom kry my cliënt en ek ontmoet van Sergeant Fontaine.
Sergeant Fontaine told you my client is telling him that you must ask him.
Sergeant Fontaine sê vir hy, my cliënt sê vrou.
Sergeant, oh sorry.
Jy moet van vra.
I can repeat myself.
Repeat.
When you went to see border officers, Sergeant Fontaine told you that Stevino is telling the police that you must ask Kelly about the disappearance of Joshlin. Is that so?
Toe jy na die border kantoor toe gegaan het, Sergeant Fontaine het vir gesê dat Stevino sê vir jy moet vir Kelly vra waar Joshlin is.
Dit is reg so.
Dat is correct, my lord.
We don't hear Sergeant Fontaine warning my client, stop speaking. What you are saying might be used against you in the court of law. Self-information right?
Ons hoor dat Sergeant Fontaine waarsku my cliënt deur hom te sê dat hou op met dit wat hy sê en sy regte word verduidelik.
Heel Akbar, vir Stefano om te sê, vra vir Kelly.
My lord, for Stefano to say that ask Kelly,
incrimineer hy nie vir homself nie.
He does not incriminate himself.
Number 2,
Tweedens,
you listened what Sergeant Fontaine was telling you.
jy luister na dit wat Sergeant Fontaine vir u gesê het.
You questioned my client.
Jy stel vrae aan my cliënt.
he answered you,
Hy antwoord vir u,
still no rights.
nog steeds geen regte is voorgehou nie.
Hy het nie verwys na sy deelname of 'n moontlike deelname van hom nie. Hy het vir ons verwys na Kelly toe om vir Kelly te vra. So hy is nie inkriminerend nie.
He referred us to Kelly. He did not explain anything about himself, and referring us to Kelly is not self-incriminating.
You went down, the two officers have violated my client's rights, and I'll mention those rights to you.
Het afgegaan. En 2 beamptes het my cliënt se regte geskend, en ek sal daardie geskonde regte aan u verduidelik.
Sergeant Fontaine
Sergeant Fontaine
violated my client's personal rights to remain silent,
maak inbreuk in my cliënt se grondelike regte deur nie om vir hom te waarsku om sy stelsoeye uit te oefen,
and when he saw him speaking,
en toe hy vir hom sien praat,
he failed to warn him about his right to against self-incrimination.
versuim hy om vir hom te waarsku rakende self-inkriminerende regte.
You could see he was not sorry. You could see he was in person. You never informed him about the legal representative of his choice or legal representative from the state.
Ek kon sien, is 'n persoon of is onverdedig. Ek waarsku vir hom tot rechtsverteenwoordiging, sowel as rechtshulp.
Niks wat Stefano gesê het, tot en met hy gesê het, hy wil die waarheid praat, het hy homself incrimineer.
Nothing. Up to the point when Stefano said he wanted to tell the truth, up to that point, nothing that he said was self-incriminating until such time that he said he wanted to tell the truth.
Van hy wys vir die polisie na ander 2 persone toe.
Because he referred the police to the other 2 persons.
For the second time, you were called again by the member. You were told you must go up because my client is speaking.
Vir die tweede keer is hy deur 'n lid opgeroep, want my cliënt praat.
Dis korrek?
You went up.
Hy is op.
You were told by Sergeant Fontaine that my client is saying something about Makalima.
Hy het opgegaan, Sergeant Fontaine leg in dat my cliënt sê iets oor Makalima.
Dis reg het lag maar.
Correct, my lord?
You put questions to my client. He answered your questions.
Hy het vrae gestel aan my cliënt en my cliënt het daarop geantwoord.
Dis reg het lag maar.
Correct, my lord?
In law, we call this interrogation.
En regte, of volgens die wet,
No rights are explained to my client. 2 police officers. One is a captain, one is a sergeant.
en regte verwys ons na daardie oefening daar as twee beamptes gesels met my cliënt, een is 'n kaptein en een is 'n sergeant, geen regte is aan hom voorgehou nie.
En lag maar, ek sal nie sê is hier interrogation nie.
My lord, I won't say that this ondervraging nie. I won't say it's ondervraging nie.
Van die woord,
It doesn't matter. I can put the word interrogation aside and go with your. It was an interview.
Dat maak nie saak nie. Kom ek los die gebruik van die woord interrogation. Dit was 'n onderhoudvoering.
dit was 'n onderhoudvoering, jy lag maar.
It was an interview, my lord.
Still, no rights to my client.
Nog steeds geen regte aan my cliënt voorgehou nie.
Soos ek sê, ek het hom ingelig later hier aan.
As I said, I informed him late that evening. I informed him of his
Toe
rights.
Stefano aangedui het, hy wil die waarheid praat.
When Stefano indicated that he'd like to tell the truth.
Third time,
Die derde keer,
you were at FCS offices. You are called again by the member. You are told my client want to speak the truth.
is weer opgeroep na die FSS kantoor toe. Hy word ingelig dat my cliënt oor die waarheid praat.
Dis korrek, het lag maar.
Correct, my lord?
You went to the offices. Sergeant Fontaine is telling you that Stefano wants to speak the truth. Yourself And Sergeant 14, he put questions to my client, still no rights explained.
Is na die kantore toe. Sergeant 14 leg vir u in dat my kliënt wil die waarheid praat. Nog steeds geen regte is aan my kliënte voorgehou nie.
Ek het daai tyd vir mense regte om ingelig van sy regte.
I informed him of his rights. At the time when I informed him of his rights.
In your evidence in chief,
En u getuienis in hoof,
you went up,
is u op.
you asked him questions. He answered you. It's after then you explained his rights.
U vra vir hom vra. Slechts daarna vertel ek vir hom die regte.
Ek het hom een vraag gevra.
I only ask him one question.
Is dit die waarheid dat hy sê hy wil die waarheid praat? Toe sê hy ja.
Is it the truth that he'd like to tell the truth? He said yes.
En daarna, onmiddellik daarna, het ek hom ingelig van sy regte.
And immediately after that, I informed him of his rights.
En daarna het ek hom weer gevra, wil hy die waarheid praat? En toe dui hy aan, ja, hy wil dit doen.
And after which I informed him, does he want to tell the truth? And then I explained him of his rights.
Eers om verduidelik aan sy regte.
First I explained him of his rights.
En tot klaar is,
When I was done,
het ek hom weer gevra, is dit so dat hy nog die waarheid wil gesels?
I asked him once again, does he want to tell the truth?
En het aangedui dat dit is wel so.
And then he indicated that indeed so.
When the right time comes, I will argue that Sergeant 14 and Captain Lombard violated my client's constitution rights.
Wanneer die regte tyd aanbreek, gaan ek betoog, dan gaan ek sê dat Captain Lombard en Sergeant 14 het my kliënte se regte geskend.
Reg so edelig, maar.
Mr. Lombard, I'll take you to the affidavit of made.
Captain Lombard, ek neem u na die verklaring. Na die verklaring toe.
Which one? It's not an exhibit yet.
The one that is having 90 paragraphs, if my learned colleagues can help me with that one. Yes, my lord.
Just identify the document
Oh, sorry, yes,
Is that your statement?
Is dit die verklaring?
Dit is reg edelig, maar.
Correct, my lord.
You confirm that that's the complete document?
Bevestig je dat het die volledige document?
Dit is reg edelig, maar.
Correct, my lord.
Look at the exhibit WB. Thank you very much.
My lord, I'm going to hand a copy to the witness.
It's a statement. It's fine.
My Lord, if you can repeat the exhibit number.
Double B.
Double B. Thank you.
BB. I know what you're thinking. They used to, I don't know whether it still exists. There used to be tobacco called BB. Afrikaans for tobacco is twak. TWAK.
Thank you, my Lord. Mr. Lombard,
Captain Lombard,
can we go to paragraph 62?
gaat alsjeblieft naar paragraaf 62 toe.
Ik heb het voor me.
I have it in front of me.
So page 9.
Yes.
I will read it through the record.
Hij gaat in de record in lees.
On Monday, 2024 March 4, late the afternoon, the investigation team collected Kelly and Buta at Wiggy's Bay Hotel, Saldanha. The team found Stevino in Diasville and brought him for further interview.
Dat is direct het laagbaar.
Nog niet bedankt. Op maandag de 4e. Op maandag de 4e van die derde maand 23.
Just one moment. Will you cope with those spectacles, Mr. Yankees? If you flip it on the correct side, it'll magnify. If that doesn't work, I've got a better one for you.
But that is fine. This is fine. Ja, dit is fijn. Ja. Op maandag 4 maart 24, laatmiddag, die onderzoekbeambte die onderzoekspan het vir Kelly en Buta in Wiggy's Bay Hotel Saldanha. Die span kry toe vir Stefan in Diasville en vir hom ingebring vir onderhoud.
When you were testifying in chief, you told this court that you were informed that my client was found in Diasville.
Toe hy in die getuienis in hof het die verhof meegedeel dat my cliënt in Diasville gevind.
Dat is direct het laagbaar.
Correct, my lord?
But in your paragraph 62,
Maar in paragraaf 62
you are saying the last sentence,
sê hy dat die laaste sentjie
the team found Stevino in Diasville
die span het vir Stefan in Diasville gekry.
Dis wat ek ingelig gewees het dat hulle maar gekry het.
That was what I was told, my lord, that they found him there.
But in your statement, you don't mention that you were told, you were informed.
Maar in die verklaring met die melding daarvan nie, dat is ingelig nie.
Dat is correct.
Dat is correct, my lord.
I have closed your affidavit.
Ek het die verklaring bepeins.
I didn't see some of the evidence you've testified about in your evidence in chief.
Ek het nie van die getuienis in hoof en hierdie enige verklaring van u gekry nie.
Het is reg, Edlagber.
Correct, my lord.
In your statement, you didn't mention Owen, you didn't mention Tim going to the place that Owen has told you.
En die verklaring maak u nie melding van Owen nie. U maak ook u noem ook dat die span die dit net melding gemaak van die as wel nie.
Het is reg, Edlagber.
Correct, my lord.
Why you didn't mention that in your statement?
Hoekom is dit nie in die verklaring bevat nie? Hoekom is dit nie gemeld in die verklaring nie?
Na onderhoud met die aanklaers op die 6de.
After the interview with the prosecutors on the 6th,
Ik was gevraagd geweest om een verklaring te schrijven tussen mijn interactie met Boeta.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Two things. If you can just maybe try and speak into the microphone. And Mr. Yankees, you're still not very clear to me. So either they must adjust that microphone, or you need to try and speak into the microphone. Yes, Captain.
Op de 6e het ik een onderhoud gehad met die aanklaers in de kamp.
my lord, on the 6th I had an interview with the prosecutors in the camp.
Ik was gevraagd geweest later de dag om een verklaring te schrijven gaande mijn interactie met Boeta, Stefano en Kelly.
I was informed to make a statement later that in connection with my interaction with Kelly, Boeta and Stefano.
The 6th of when?
De 6e maart, de dag voor de eerste verschijning.
The 6th of March, the day before the first appearance.
I see this affidavit is dated the 7th of March of last year.
Het is regelmatig.
But the point is that Mr. Kabai makes is that, and I haven't perused the affidavit, just went to the paragraphs that we were referred to. But Ms. Kabai puts it to you that nothing is stated in this affidavit about your interaction that evening between 4 and 5 with Owen and the visit to the address pointed out by Owen. Now the question is, why is that not in this affidavit? You started saying you had an interview on the 6th with the prosecutors.
Ja, maar het is een vraag geweest om mijn interactie waar ik direct met alle drie gezels zit.
My lord, it was a question as to my direct interaction with the three of them, my direct interaction with the three of them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Were they present when you were interviewing my client? Were the prosecutors present when you were interviewing my client?
Tijdens de onderhoud met mijn cliënt was de staatsaanklager tegenwoordig.
Nederlander?
No, my lord.
You didn't see it important, now that they were not present, to tell them about everything that took place during the time of your interviews?
Sien dat hulle nie tegenwoordig gewees tijdens die onderhoud nie. Het u dit nie as belangrik geaag om vir hulle alles te vertel tijdens die onderhoudsvoering nie?
Daar was een vraag voor mij geweest om die verklaring op die manier te schrijven. Ik heb bij dit gehouden. Die 6e, toen ons onderuit met die aanklaers in die kamer gehad het was wel ingelig geweest oor Makalima en Owen.
I was requested to make my statement in that manner, and when I was in the cave, I informed them about Makalima
en Owen.
and Owen.
What are the other things that took place during that evening that you did? Oh, I'm sorry. What are the other things that took place on that fateful night of my client's interview that you didn't include in your statement?
Wat is die ander activiteite wat plaasgevind het hierdie betrokke aand wat met die aanbetref wat nie bevattend is in die verklaring nie?
Daar's niks anders nie.
Nothing else.
My instructions from Mr. Van Rijn is that you did not include in your statement that when you were pointing out, you took him and Mr. Police to go and show you the address of Makali. You didn't include that in your evidence.
My client sê vir my, toe hulle moet gegaan vir uitwysing, iets vir hom, soveel as my Apollos na die betrokke adres toe gaan neem vir die uitwysings. En daar is die inligting, is die bevattend in die verklaring nie. Dit het nie ingeskryf nie.
Dit het nie gebeur nie van hulle verduideliking waar die huis is baie eenvoudig.
That did not happen because the explanation of as to where the house is situated was very vague.
Eenvoudig.
Ja, yes, ja.
En hulle was spesifiek waar die huis geleë is op die hoek van die straat.
And they were specific as to the location of the house in the corner of the street. The street corner.
Can we just pause there? Ms. Nkabai, do I understand the statement to imply that they were taken that evening to point out Makalima's house?
Those are my instructions, my lord.
In other words, the night of the 4th to the 5th.
Nee, dit het nie gebeur nie van, soos ek gesê het, waar Makalima woon, is baie eenvoudig om te kry. En hulle was spesifiek waar ons moet ry, wanneer ons moet afdry, die huis is aan die hoek, aan die linkerkant van die straat.
No, my lord, that did not happen because it's very simple, it's very easy where Makalima is house is situated. They just instruct us how they give us directions. It was easy to find Makalima's house, my lord.
En dat hulle gesê het, as in die straat kom, as die huis waar die straat eindig, die huis op die linkerkant op die hoek.
Yeah, and they say that it's where the street ends is the house on the left-hand side of the street, on the corner is the house on the corner.
Ja,
left-hand
dit is net langs die gang.
Is that?
Langs die huis is daar 'n klein gangetjie wat deurloop tussen die ander twee huise.
Yeah, and next to the house there's a little dog that the person that leads you to the other houses.
Who gave you Makalima's address?
Wie het vir Makalima's adres gegee?
Beide van hulle kan verduidelik waar die huis is.
Both of them could explain as to where the house is situated.
In hoof het ek gesê dat beide van hulle vir ons verduidelik het waar die huis is. En het was duidelik uit hulle verduideliking dat 'n selfe persoon praat in van dieselfde huis.
And in my evidence in chief, I made mention of the fact that both of them explained to us where the house is situated, and it was also clear that both of them were referring to the same house.
Can I just try and clarify? You said there's a road, this house is on the left-hand side, on the corner, where the passage goes between the other houses.
Yeah.
I just want to orientate myself. When we were standing in front of the house, it was clear there's a road going to, I think it's Zola. That street's name is Zola.
Yeah.
And at the inspection, there was actually a car wash on that corner.
That's correct.
In Zola Street.
That's correct.
So if you come in from Zola, there's like a T-junction with a passage. And Makalima's house is the house on the left-hand side on the corner there.
As jy in Zola is, dan draai jy links.
Dan in Zola is, you get left.
Dan wat die car was is, wat ons gesien het.
Where the car wash is situated what we saw?
Straight met die pad. Die laaste huis op die linkerkant.
Straight to the street, to the road, the last house.
Langs die huis is so 'n klein gangetjie.
Next to that house is a passage.
Dan is daar 'n deurpad na die regterkant toe wat jy kan bestuur.
And
Jy kan ry op.
there's a throughway.
En dan kry jy die tweede pad en dan op hy hoek daar is 'n smokkel, 'n tipe smokkelhuis op by die eerste huis of die tweede huis.
And then you get another street, and then in that street is a shibeen.
So met die verduideliking was dit baie maklik as ons van Zola straat afswaai. Dis die laaste huis.
So my explanation was simple, that if you come from Zola Street, it's the last
Op jou huis.
Last house.
Huis op jou linkerkant.
on the left hand side.
Was that the explanation given to you by the accused?
Wat het die verdediging wat aan die besluitings oorgedra is?
Ja, het is ons verduidelik die huise van Kelly se huis af, maar ons die area die Kelly se huis, jy kan die Kelly se huis stap, nie hoe ons ingestap het by die plakkeskampie waar die huis in die oorkant waar hulle gesê het Koetie bly. Daar's 'n manier hoe ons daardie kon ook gestap het en ons gesien het hoe gaan die daardie.
No. Let's not confuse the issue. What was the explanation given to you by the accused that evening?
Wat is die verdediging wat aan die besluitings aan u gegee is, die betrokke aan, wat het die gesê die betrokke aan?
Zola straat links, laaste huis op die linkerkant.
Zola Street, left, the last house.
Good. Now, I recall that if you would come from Middelpos, Raylan,
Zeg je dat weer?
up Zola,
Ja.
then turn left into that road, it's the last house on the corner on the left.
Dat is recht lag.
That's
correct,
very
Malone.
simple. And when we were at the inspection, when we were at that point, I indicated to the parties, but why didn't we just go up here and get into Zola
Dat is direct hier.
and then take the walk to the cars?
Om naar die kerk te voertuig toe. Dat is direct.
Correct, my lord.
And there was a car wash at the time of the inspection on that corner.
Dus
Was there a car wash at the time in March of last year? Don't you know?
ik kan niet onthou nie. Ek weet nou so tyd gelede as ons daar verby gegaan het met die ondersoek, as daar altyd taxis wat staan.
My lord,
wat karre wat in die
my lord, I do not remember, but I remember some time ago, now whenever we drove past the spot of our investigation, there were always taxis parked there,
en voertuie wat gewas word op daai hoek.
and vehicles that were being washed there in that corner.
Just to orientate the practitioners. I'm not sure, and I seem to remember that the reason why we didn't go out there was because the prosecutor said she forgot something to show me another point, and that's why we turned back past the women washing on the corner. As you go down that passage, you turn right and you walk past women that were washing there. The one had orange clothes on. And then you go left again. Ultimately, you go past Ayanda's place.
Dat is recht lag.
And I think I asked at the inspection to Ms. Swanepoel, did you forget anything else?
Dat is recht lag, maar toen moest omdraaien.
And I would
Correct, my lord, you had to turn around.
I would have made a comment. I don't like to be shunted around.
Dat is recht lag.
Can you recall that?
Ik onthou wat u gesê het as daar enigiets anders moet sterk
I
staan.
remember what you said, if there's anything that was forgotten.
Now I recall exactly where we stood, and all of the parties were there. I don't have to go to the photographs, but there's a photograph of that scene
Ek
on the
onthou
inspection notes.
ek onthou waar het gebeur het.
I remember what happened.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. I will argue that you are not telling the court the truth. I will argue that you are not telling the court the truth. My client was transported in his own motor vehicle. They were transported in separate motor vehicles.
Ek sal betoog, dan sal ek vir die hof sê dat die vertel die hof die waarheid nie. My cliënt is in 'n aparte voertuig vervoer en hulle was, beide van hulle was in 'n aparte voertuig vervoer.
Dat dit nie gebeur het laat maar.
Dat dit not happen, my lord.
Let's go to paragraph 65 of your
Ons
statement.
paragraaf 65 start toe.
Our team was divided in 3 groups.
Ons span is in 3 groepe verdeel.
Each group had to interview one of them
Elke groep moet een onderhoud met een van hulle gevoer het
and concentrate on their statements provided
en vir hulle op die verklaring verskaf toespits op bepaal
and new information gathered during further investigation.
en inligting bekom tydens verder ondersoek.
Dit is so edelachtbaar, soos ek gesê het, daar was 'n span elkeen met Boeta en Kelly.
Dat is correct, my lord. As I said, there was each team with Boeta and Kelly,
Asook Stefano.
as well as Stefano,
En dat is net dat Fortuin die hoofrol ingeneem het as die interviewer.
and this is Fortuin took the main role
Dus as die onderhoudvoerder.
as a interviewer.
So
Can
die
you
anders
listen to my question, Mr. Lombard?
kan ek
Luister wat ek jou vraag.
die anders was daar gewees om as daar iets fout gaan of Fortuin interpret die verduideliking die verklaring verkeerd, net om Fortuin te sê wat dit is weer koers te bring, hy sal.
The others were there just to see to it that the statement were taken correctly so that they can give advice to say
Die
that
vraag of die feite van die verklaring.
and ask about the facts of the statement.
So daar was 3 groepe gewees.
So there were 3.
Ja.
Following is my question.
Volgende is my vraag.
When you say each group had to interview, my question is my question is each group. I want you to list the names of the group that was interviewing Stevino.
Wanneer u sê dat 3 groepe, ek wil nie meer lijst gee van die groep wat onderhoud met Stevino gevoer het.
En daai kantoor was Sergeant Fortuin, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Hector, Sergeant Sangozi,
Sergeant Fortuin,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly,
Hector, Mr. Hector.
Mr. Hector.
En ek dink daar was 1 of 2 crime intelligence lede ook saam gewees.
Ek dink daar was 1 of 2 misdaad intelligente lede wat ook betrokken was.
Did the members you've just mentioned participate in interviewing my client?
Die lede wat u sopas genoem het, het hulle deelgeneem in die onderhoudvoering met my cliënt.
Toe ek daarbo gewees het, het niemand van hulle vrae gestel nie.
When I was up there, nobody posed questions to him.
Toe ek bo aangekom het die bankie,
Upon my arrival up there,
het niemand van die ander lede vrae gestel aan Stefano.
nobody from the other members asked Stefano questions.
That was not my question, Mr.
Dit
Lombard.
is my vraag, kapitein Lombard.
Ek antwoord vir u wat ek weet wat plaasgevind het, toe ek daar gewees het.
I'm answering you on what happened because I was there whilst I was there. I'm answering you on what happened when I was there.
The answer I'm expecting in
Just one moment. Can we maybe make a plan with the microphone for Ms. Nkabai? Because I don't know whether it's the way it's positioned. Maybe it must be moved slightly differently. Especially if Ms. Nkabai turns her head away. I can't hear the question. Let's try again, Ms. Nkabai. Maybe it'll help.
Thank you, my lord. My question to you
No.
It's not working?
Now when you get closer, but I also don't want to inconvenience you, so can we try again? it is working, but I don't think it's adjusted to your height properly.
Okay. My question to you, Mr. Lombard, is
My vraag aan u, kapitein Lombard, is volgende.
Mr. Harms offers to help. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harms.
you've just given me the list
Iets so pas vir my die lys gegee.
of the people you are saying they were in the group.
Van die mense wat deel van my groep gewees het.
You are saying this in your paragraph 65.
En dit staan daar, paragraaf 65.
Die name staan nie daar nie.
The names are not listed there.
The names are not listed there, Mr. Lombard. I've just asked you to give me the list of the members that were in the group. That was interviewing my client.
Die name staan nie daar nie, kapitein Lombard. Ek het so pas vir u gevra om vir u die name te gee van die lede, die spanlede wat onderhoud met die kliënt gevoer het.
Edelagbare, ek wil 'n vraag beantwoord.
My Lord, I've answered that question.
You've given me the list that you are saying that was the group that was interviewing my client.
Dit vir my die lys van die name van die groep wat onderhoud met my kliënt gevoer het.
Wat daar aan die kantoor gewees het, ja.
Yes, whilst I was in the office, yes.
Then my question to you was,
Then my vraag was,
did you see these people interviewing my client?
het jy vir hulle gesien besig om onderhoud met my kliënt te voer?
Edelagbare, soos ek nou voorheen gesê het, die tyd toe ek daar gewees het, die paar keer,
My Lord, as I just said before, the several times when I was there,
het die lede nie vrae aan Stefano gevra in my teenwoordigheid nie.
the members did not pose questions to Stefano whilst I was present.
Did you inquire from them whether in your absence they did pose question to my client?
Het u vir hulle gevra of in die afwesigheid vraag gevra aan my kliënt?
Nee, Edelagbare.
No, my Lord.
Did you ask them whether they posed questions to my client?
Het u vir hulle gevra of hulle vrae aan my kliënt gestel?
Nee, Edelagbare.
No, my Lord.
Why you didn't?
Hoekom het u nie vir hulle gevra?
Van Sergeant Fortuin het vir my ingelig.
Because Sergeant Fortuin would have informed me.
Now let's go to paragraph number 66.
Dan kom ons beweeg na paragraaf 66.
You have testified in your evidence in chief
En die getuienis in hoof het u getuig
that you were up and down.
Dis korrek,
dat u
Edelagbare.
was op en af, correct, my Lord?
As ook, En die kan-
interacting amongst these three groups.
dis reg, Edelagbare, as ook dat ek in die kantoor gewees het saam Brigadier Nana op tye.
That is correct, my Lord. That I was also in the office with Brigadier Nando
En Nana
Anana
op tye.
at that time.
For the record, Can you read paragraph 66 from the
Very
court
report,
evidence?
paragraph.
Affidavit.
Brigadier Nana and I did not participate. We remained in the office in the main building FCS Vredenburg.
Basis as that. Brigadier Anana and I, or Brigadier Anana and I, Brigadier Anana en myself het die deel gaan neem. Ons het in die kantoor gebly in die gebou van die FS gebou in Vredenburg.
Yes.
Can you explain that paragraph is against what you've said?
No. It would be fair to also let him read paragraph 67. Because paragraph 66 reads, Brigadier Hanana and I did not participate. We remained in an office in the main building of FCS Vredenburg. But 67 says, during the course of these night, I visited all three groups, where they interviewed them separately in different rooms. The reason why I don't allow that question on 66 alone, because contextually one has to read the two together. Yes. So can you explain why it's in separate paragraphs?
Can you say
Because in the one paragraph you say, Hanana and I did not participate, we remained in an office. In the next paragraph you say, during the course of these night, I take it must be this night, I visited all three groups where they interviewed them separately in different rooms.
Kan jy asseblief verduidelik hoekom dit staan dit op die aparte paragraaf en op paragraaf 66 sê dat Brigadier Anana en myself het nie deel geneem nie. En dan die paragraaf daarna sê dat tijdens die aande het ons toe nog en dan hierdie groepe op besoekie afgeleid tijdens die onderhoude. Hulle verlei apart en hulle gevoer in verskillende kamers. Hoekom staan dit op aparte paragraaf?
Soos ek gesê het, ons het besluit dat ek gaan tussenweeg, maar ek gaan onder na die kantoor toe gaan. En ook dat in die loop van die aande gaan ek visit. So die myn, soos ek gesê het, dat Fortuin moet die leiding neem van die onderhoude. En dan gaan ek al onder wees. Maar soos jy aangegaan het, ek moes ook maar beweeg tussen die groepe aangaan. En dis hoekom ek gaan visit vir Eragmere. En dis hoekom het so staan. Ek wil die idee skep dat ek net boer gewees het, wat die waar is, of net in die kantoor gewees het, wat die waar is. Maar die aanvanklike ding was dat ek in die kantoor gaan wees daaronder, en dat Fortuin die leiding neem.
The initial thing that Fortuin would have take the lead and I'll remain in the office. I don't want to create the impression that I remain in the office there. I wanted to mention that I was between these two places.
In die tye wat hulle vir my geroep het, was ek onder gewees by FCS, by die kantore.
At the time when they called me, I was down there at the FCS at the offices.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kabai.
Still in paragraph 67.
Nog steeds paragraaf 67.
During the course of this night, I already does it written here, I visited all three groups where they interviewed them separately in different rooms.
Gedurende dit hier van hierdie aande het ek hierdie drie groepe besoek afgelê terwyl hulle ondersoek met hulle apart gevoer het in verskillende kamers.
Het is reg, Edelagbare.
Dat is correct, my lord.
In your evidence in chief, you made us to believe that you were called into these interview rooms. Now in paragraph 67, you are saying you were visited. You visited these interview rooms.
En die getuienis in hoof het die verslag verstaan dat hier nou die was geroep na hierdie verskillende kamers toe. Nou sê hy vir ons dat hierdie verskillende kamers het die eie
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say 88. It just says, I visited. Mr. Yankees, you interpreted 88. Because it doesn't say that. Yeah. Said I visited.
Dit is kerk, ek dacht because my besoek aan hulle was geweest toe hulle vir my geroep het. So dit was 'n besoek geweest aan die kantore en soos ek in hoofgetuig het, toe ek af na die FCS kantore toe kom, was my lede besig met Kelly in die een kantoor waar hulle my nagesels het.
That is correct, my lord. I was called, and then when I came there, the one group was busy with Kelly in another room.
Let's go to paragraph number 76.
Kom ons beweeg na paragraaf 76 toe.
I asked both men if they are willing to provide a statement.
Ek het beide mans gevra of hulle gewillig was om 'n verklaring te verskaf.
Why did you have to ask them?
Hoekom is dit gevra?
Regmaar soos ek verduidelik het in hoof en tydens kruisondervraging.
My lord, as I explained during evidence in chief and cross-examination,
Nadat hulle aangedui het dat hulle die waarheid wil praat,
after they indicated that they wanted to tell the truth,
het ek gevra of hulle verklaring wil aflê oor die waarheid wat hulle wil praat.
I asked them whether or not they prepared to make the statements about the truth they want to talk about.
Daar's geen fout om vir enige verdagte of enige persoon te vra om 'n verklaring af te lê as jy wil
There's
nie.
nothing wrong in asking any suspect or any person if they want to make a statement.
I will argue that you influenced them unduly so.
Ek sal betoog en verhof sê dat dit vir hulle onreëlmatig beïnvloed.
Because if they were willing freely to make statements, there was no reason for you to ask them.
Want indien hulle gewillig was om hierdie verklarings af te lê, dit was die rede om vir dit te vra.
Ek verskil van Ms. Mkabayi wat sy nou gesê het.
My lord, I defer to what Ms. Mkabayi has said.
Van beide van hulle het nog steeds die geleentheid gehad om te sê nee, hulle wil nie verklarings aflê nie.
Both of them still had the chance to say no, they do not want to make the statements.
Hulle self het die keuse gemaak om die verklarings te wil maak en ingestem het tot dit.
They themselves made the choice to make those statements.
You testify that you told the members to detain them. At what stage did you tell the members to detain them?
Dit is die getuienis wat ek vir die lede gevra om vir hulle aan te hou. Op watter stadium het die lede gevra om vir hulle aan te hou?
Nadat ek vir hulle regte verduidelik het,
After I've explained to them their rights,
waar hulle steeds ingestem het om verklarings af te gee,
after which they were still prepared to furnish us with the statements,
om die waarheid te praat,
to tell the truth.
na ek hulle verduidelik het van die proses hoe 'n verklaring afgeneem word,
After I've explained to them what's the procedure that's going to be followed in order to acquire their statement,
as ook 'n uitwysing,
as well as the pointing out.
en toe daarna het ek die lede gevra om hulle aan te hou.
And that's it.
En toe daarna
And then
het ek
kort daarna,
die lede gevra om hulle aan te hou.
and then short after that, I asked the members
Om hulle aan te hou.
to detain them.
Okay. Do you have the OB number of the police station where my client was detained at?
Ik hoop niet normaal van die politiestatie waar mijn cliënt aangehou geweest is.
Nee, lag maar.
No.
Why?
Hoekom niet?
Want ik weet het niet.
Because I don't have it.
Do you know the police station where he was detained at?
Weet jy dat waar de politiestatie waar hij aangehou geweest is?
Ik het later verneem dat hulle vir hom Saldanha toe is en toe is hy na die eerste gebeurslag van sy verklaring.
I later became aware that he was first taken to Saldanha and then with the first attempt of the statement,
Hy was geneem toe na St. Helena Bay polisiestasie,
he was taken to St. Helena Bay police station,
waar hulle ook die middag vir hom gehaal het vir die verklaring. Maar hulle het by die middag gehaal gewees het
when he was first afternoon for the,
om die verklaring af te lê.
to make the statement.
En dan die aand was hy weer teruggeneem St. Helena Bay polisiestasie toe.
And then the evening he was taken back to St. Helena Bay.
En daarvan af was hy hof te vervoer die donderdag die 7de.
And then the Thursday the 7th he was transported to the police to the court.
Dis korrek.
We'll go back to in the morning after your detention.
Ons sal teruggaan na die oggend na die aangehou gewees het.
Because you testified before this court that interviews...
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. You testify that the interviews were finalized at 3 a.m.
Dit is die getuienis dat hierdie onderhoude was 3 uur oggend afgehandel.
Nee, ek het gesê, dit was rondom al 4 uur oggend, om by die tyd ek gesê dat hom aangehou word.
No, I said about 3 in the morning.
So they were detained after 3 in the morning.
Derhalve was hulle na 3:30 die oggend is hulle aangehou.
Nadat ek gesê het dat hulle aangehou word, as ek FCS kantore toe.
After I said that they must be detained, I proceeded to the FCS too.
En ek het gesê dat beide Stefano en Boeta moet afgebring word na die FCS kantore toe.
And I said that both Boeta and Stefano must be brought down to the FCS offices too.
Okay. I'll go back to what you just said before this court.
Ek sal terugkeer na wat jy sopas in die hof gesê het.
You said my client was first taken to Saldanha police station.
Ek vir hof gesê dat my kliënt is eerstens na Saldanha polisiestasie toe geneem.
Dit was ek later meer ingelig gewees het, ja.
That was what I was informed later. Or I was later informed.
That he was taken to Saldanha police station.
Dis hier ek het legbaar.
Dat is correct, my lord.
If indeed he was taken to Saldanha police station for detention, Saldanha police station might be having OB number when he was booked in.
En dat hy wel die Saldanha polisiestasie aangehou gewees het. Saldanha polisiestasie behoort om dan na die voorvalle boekpale te heen.
Dis hier ek het legbaar.
Correct, my lord.
In all the copies of the OB booking ins, there is no booking in of my client in the morning of the 5th.
En al die voorvalle registers is daar geen plek wat is dat my kliënt is dan die oggend van die 5de was my kliënt aangehou nie.
Just for completeness, so that's the OB of Saldanha.
Saldanha police station, yes, my lord. Saldanha police station has filed copies of the occurrence book.
Saldanha polisiestasie die kopies van die voorvalle boeke geleaseer.
From those copies, there is no booking in of my client in the morning of the 5th of March 2024 at Saldanha police
Van
station.
uit daardie afskrifte is daar geen libera aandui dat my kliënt was die môre van die 5de Maart by Saldanha polisiestasie aangehou nie, dat word die aangedui.
Legbaar, my ondervinding is dat as 'n persoon in 'n 14 register is, dan moet daar OB entry gemaak word.
My lord, out of the experience in a situation where a person was detained, there should be recordings in their OB register. It should be indicated that this person was detained there.
So,
Ek kan onthou tydens die afneming van die verklaring het ek toe my meegedeel dat Stefano gearresteer gewees het vir 'n ander saak. En ek het die 14 gaan kyk by die polisiestasie. En ek dink sy 14 nommer was nommer 2 in die boek vir die maand van April. En dan
I still remember that during my
toe ek bewus word van die saak, die ander saak waarvoor
when I became aware of the other case upon which he was incarceration for,
het ek gaan kyk na die 14
I went to check the 14
van ek wil geweet het of het waar is of hy wel aan die selle gewees het en of hy hof toe gegaan het.
I wanted to ascertain whether or not indeed he's been to the court.
En in die 14 kan ek onthou as hy afgegaan het op die blaai, het ek Boeta, Stefano, Kelly en Pumza se name gesien in hy 14 registerboek.
And in the 14 register book, I saw the names Stefano, Kelly, Boeta were listed there.
En dis hoekom ek weet hulle name is in die 14 ingeskryf.
That is how I know that their names were recorded in the 14.
So can you just maybe tell us what the 14 is for the record?
Sê asseblief vir die hof wat is die 14 vir die rekord?
Julle agter die SAP 14 register,
My lord, the SAP 14 register
is die aanhouding register wat in die selle geplaas word by elke polisiestasie.
is the incarceration register that is kept in each police station at the cells.
Can we shorten it by just saying it's commonly known as a cell register?
Selregister, ja.
Yeah, it's done bekend as the cell register.
So are you saying that even though there might not be an occurrence book entry, you saw the names in the cell register?
Dis gereg hulle erbe van soos ek gesê het in 'n verdere ondersoek met die van Stefano het ek dit gesien.
Like I said, that with the further investigation to Stefano, I saw it.
Did you see the date and the time? I'm asking you the occurrence OB number for when he was detained in Saldanha Police Station in the morning of the 5th of March 2024.
Die dag kan met die dag gesê, maar ek vraag ek dit is aanhouding by Saldanha die oggend van die 4de.
Did you check the OB register for that morning?
En die register vir haar oggend nagegaan.
Nee, langer.
No, my lord. Het jy die nommer gesien?
Nee, ek kan nie onthou nie.
No, I do not remember.
If you didn't check the number, then you wouldn't have seen. If you didn't check the register, you wouldn't have seen the number. But it's easy to go and get the cell register if you don't have copies. Do you have copies, Sona?
We have copies. My apologies, my lord. We have copies of the cell register.
I didn't hear you.
My apologies. We do have copies of the cell register.
Have you given that to the defense?
My lord, it was not filed in the A part of the docket, it was filed in the B part of the docket. Usually that is not provided. It is available, it can be made available to the defense.
Yes, Ms. Nkabai, I'm going to take an adjournment shortly so that they can give you the copies so that we don't have to go in circles, because if it's there, then it's there. There's nothing one can do about it. The prosecutor explains that because the microphone didn't pick it up, but I could hear what she said. It was filed in the B part of the docket, which is not normally discovered to the defense. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Do you want to take the adjournment now?
Yes, my lord, so that I complete this.
Yeah, so that we don't have to split hairs about things that are common cause. But before I take the adjournment, there was mention made of the address and how easily it is to find the house of Makalima. I made mention of my own recollection of the inspection in Loco. Exhibit S, that contains the set of photographs taken at the inspection in Loco. Photo 25 and 26, that's the front part of the house that was pointed out as the house of Makalima. Photo 27 and 28, 29 and 30 and 31. 28 through to 31 is the house that was pointed out on the corner of that road leading up to Makalima's house. That's the house with more than one section. That's on the corner of Zola Street and that road. On photo 27, where one can see a person with a backpack and there's a portable toilet, that toilet is visible on photograph number 30. And turning back to photograph 27, that's Zola Street, visible on the corner there. My recollection was there was a car wash being operated on that corner. It's visible on photograph 27. One can see the buckets next to the white bakkie. It's just for completeness.
Thank you, madam.
So that the defense can have a look at the cell registers. Do you also have the cell registers for Saldanha Bay?
My lord, if my recollection is correct, there's a copy of the occurrence but also found in the report of the pocket for Saldanha Bay.
Yeah.
We need to get it. The investigating officer is the one who knows all of these files.
So maybe I'm going to take the adjournment simply for that reason, so that the defense can be given the documents. I don't want us to split hairs unnecessarily. It's now 20 past 11, 15 minutes. Will that suffice? How many pages? It can only be 2 or 3 pages.
I think it's 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken.
15 minutes till 11:35. Court legend. Ja. witness is still under oath.
My Lord, if I may, just for record purposes, I did provide the only copy that we have to Ms. Mkabai during the interview. We went through the documents together. She did request a copy of that. I have asked the police to make copies, 7 sets for everybody. It's not available now. I know that they are going to attend to it, but we did go through it now in the adjournment.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Just in case we missed it, Captain is still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombard. When I was questioning you regarding your statement, there's one question I have forgotten to put to you. In your statement, there is no mention of Makalima.
En is het verklaring dat geen melding van Makalima?
En Lombard, as Kabai het my vroeër gevra vandag en ek het daarna geantwoord dat na my onderhoud met die aanklaers het hulle gevra dat ek moet skryf om my interaksie met Kelly.
No mention of Makalima. I had a quick look at the statement whilst we were busy. Paragraph 76 was a paragraph you took us to earlier, and you just read the first part of the first sentence. But that paragraph reads, I asked both men if they're willing, I take it that's a typo, to provide a statement of what they know and to support their statement of the pointing out of any place of interest. Both indicated they are willing to provide a statement and they want to point out the house of an African lady called Makalima, where Joshlin was taken to. Both explained where the house was. So there's mention of Makalima.
I didn't want to ask him in this question, my Lord. I want to rephrase my question.
No, you prefaced it by saying there's no mention of Makalima. Now that clearly is incorrect.
I agree, my Lord. There is a mention of Makalima in his statement in paragraph number 76.
Daar is melding van Makalima op paragraaf 76.
What I wanted to ask you is, you don't explain in your affidavit that you went and fetched Makalima. All what you've said in your evidence in chief, you don't fully mention it in your statement.
Dis regtig maar soos ek verduidelik het vroeër is na my onderhoud met die aanklaers.
That's correct, my Lord. And I've also mentioned that with my interview with the prosecution.
As ek gevra gewees om 'n verklaring te skryf gaande my interaksie met Boeta, Jacqueline, Stefano en Kelly.
I was asked, my Lord, to make a statement with my interaction about Kelly, Boeta, and Stefano.
If there's anything I've left out from a statement, I'll come back to it again. Now let us go to Jacob's Bay Beach.
That is now Jacob's first one.
My client instructs me that when this car stopped at Jacob's Bay Beach,
my instructions is that when you by the voertuig staan by Jacob's Bay and staan.
These two people that gave a lift, he noticed that they were armed.
Hy het opgelê dat hulle 3 wapens gehad.
Can you dispute this?
Kan u dit ontken?
Ik kan het niet ontkennen, want ik was niet daar, niet lach maar.
I can't dispute that, my lord, because I was not there.
They stopped. They instructed him to get out of the motor vehicle.
Hulle het gestop en hulle het hom gesê dat hy moet die voertuig uitklim.
Persoon lach maar.
Correct, so my lord?
He was made to lie at the back of the buggy on his stomach.
Hy was gemaak dat hy op die grond lê, daar agter by die bakkie op sy maag.
And that time they have already handcuffed him.
Op daardie tyd het hulle presies aan hom reeds geboei.
He was beaten,
Hy was geslaan.
and these people asked him, "Where is Joshlin?"
En hierdie mense het hom gevra, waar is Joshlin?
While they were beating him.
Die tyd dat hulle hom slaan.
Can you dispute this?
Kan u dit ontken?
Ik was niet daar, echt wel, ik had geen commentaar op het.
I was not there, my lord, I had no comment.
The beating took about 30 minutes.
Die slangerij heeft zo'n 30 minuten geneem.
They took him out of the back of the van
Hulle het hom uitgehaal aan die agterkant van die van,
towards the beach.
naar die strand se kant.
While standing towards the beach, still beating him, they told him, "We are going to bury you in this sand."
Die tyd wat hulle daar by langs die strand gestaan het, hulle het hom gesê, ons gaan vir jou gaan op in die sand.
What have you done with Joshlin?
Wat het jy gedoen met Joshlin?
Can you dispute that?
Kan u dit ontken?
Geen commentaar, ik was niet daar geweest.
No comment, I was not there.
While standing next to the beach,
Die tyd wat langs die strand gestaan het,
one of these members pinched his private parts.
en die tyd wat hulle langs die strand gestaan het, en die een van hierdie persone het sy private billen geknyp.
Still, they were asking him, "What have you done with Joshlin?"
Hulle is nog steeds hom gevra, wat het jy gedoen met Joshlin?
As if that was not enough, one of them opened his mouth and pushed him. The front part of the firearm inside his mouth.
En so dit was nie genoeg nie, toe die een van die persone sy mond opgemaak en die mond opmaak en die voorkant van die vuurwapen in sy mond gedruk of gestoot.
Can you dispute that this took place?
Kan u dit ontken?
Geen commentaar, ik was niet daar. Nee.
No comment, I was not there.
They beat him. They told him, "We are going to push you inside the ocean. You will die there with your handcuffs."
En ek het hom gestoot en ek het hom gesê dat ons gaan vir hier is die strand ontstoot en jy gaan dood van die
It was
sorry, jy gaan dood van hier in die strand in met die handcuffs aan.
It was at that time that a white man driving a buggy appeared.
Dit is die ding wat boot, een mansmens wat oor wat die bakkie gerei het.
With his black laborers at the back of the van.
Hy het werkers wat in die agter die van gesit is, swart werkers.
Then he said to these two members,
Hy het gesê aan die leerders,
"This is a private property. You can't do this here."
dit is een private plek, julle kan dit hier doen nie.
Any comment to that?
Enige kommentaar oor dit?
Geen commentaar, het lag maar.
No comment, my lord.
And he instructs me that when I first saw the firearms, I thought maybe they are looking for me regarding my previous convictions. It is only when we arrived at Saldanha Bay when they started to ask me with Joshlin. Oh, now I started to know it's the police who are involved in this matter of Joshlin.
Eerstens is dit die instructies dat die eerste keer hy het gedink, die ding wat hy die vuurwapens gesien het, hy het gedink as mens wat hom gevra oor sy vorige veroordelings. Maar die tyd wat ek by Jacobs bykom, toe hulle hom gevra oor jy te sê, dis die mens wat die polisiebeampte by betrokke in Joshlin se saak is.
Geen kommentaar hierby.
Nou kom ons maar.
From there, he was taken to see border officers.
Daarvan was geneem na die borderkantoor toe.
Geen kommentaar hier.
Nou kom ons maar.
The two police officers who gave me lift, they joined the other officers who they found at sea border offices, and the assault continued.
Die twee polisiebeampte wat hom geleentheid gegee en dan bygekom die ander polisiekantoor en die aanranding het dan voorgegaan.
Geen kommentaar hier.
Nou kom ons.
My client instructs me that when you were saying you were up and down interviewing them, you were not up and down interviewing them, you were up and down instructing those officers to beat him.
My instructies van my cliënt en die tyd as eerste dat hy was op en af en tussen van die as my cliënt instructies as die tyd as eerste hy was op en af, en die tyd van die Afrikaans is wat nou onderhoud eerlijk kan ek. Die wat hy sê dat hy was op en af tussen die onderhoud doen. Dit is so die eer die instructies gegeen en die nieuwe anders op hulle aan te hang.
En hulle arbeider, soos ek getuig het in hoof.
My Lord, as I testifying in the MC-Chief.
En soos in my verklaring melding gemaak is.
And as also mentioned in my statement.
Dat ek die kantore besoek het waar die drie gewees het.
That I went to the offices where they were.
So die instruksie wat Stefano aan gegee het dat ek nie besoek het is nie waar nie.
The instruction that you given by Stefano are not true.
Die tweede gedeelte van die instruksie.
And the second part of the instructions.
Waar hy sê dat ek die lede ondergegee het om hom aan te rand is ook nie waar nie.
And that I gave instructions to the neighbors to assault him, beat him up, are also not true.
When he arrived at sea border offices,
when you
he was first taken to the first office. As you testified, that the group that was interviewing him has about 4 members. That is instructions to me.
En soos eerder sê die mense wat die onderhoud saam met hom gedoen het, was 4 of 5, dit is sy instructies ook aan my.
Daar was 4 of 5 mense saam met hom in die kantoor nadat hy uit die boardroom uitgehaal gewees het.
Yes, there were 4 or 5 people with him outside came from the boardroom.
Additionally to those 4 members that we've mentioned before this court, there was these 2 that brought him from Jacob's Bay.
Om by te kom dat 4 of 5 mense, daar was nie toe meer op hom gebring van Jacob's Bay.
Ek het getuig dat ek weet nie wie hom gebring het nie. Dat ek het gehoor het, dat hom gekry in Diaswil.
My Lord, I will testify that I don't know who brought him, and I heard also that he was taken to Diaswil.
When we reach that stage, I will argue that you didn't interview my client, you interrogated him.
Daai stadium kom aan die sê of te sê dat ek het my kliënt gevra of 'n onderhoud gevoer met hom hier kom te interview.
Lagbare ons het onderhoud met hom gevoer.
We had an interview with him.
Okay, let's go back to the office. He was beaten in this office. He was asked, "Where's Joshlin? What have you done with Joshlin?"
Hy was aangelaat in my kantoor en was gevra wat het julle gedoen met Joshlin?
And we've got information that you were involved in the disappearance of Joshlin.
En die informasie van dat van die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Er is veel lagbare.
That's correct.
He was denying all these allegations.
En alle van het ontken.
But this assault didn't stop.
Maar die ander hand dan het ek gestoken nie.
Ek raak nie kennis aan enige aanranding wat plaasgevind het.
I then no knowledge of the assault that took place.
That is not surprising either. In this first office, they told him, you are not speaking, now we're going to take you to the other people.
En na die kantoor het beslis dat nou praat nie, so ons gaan toe na die ander mense toe neem.
Die rede hoekom hy uit die boardroom uitgehaal gewees het,
The reason he was taken out of the boardroom,
van die onderhoude het met hulle individually gebeur na dit.
can you please repeat?
Van die onderhoude het begin, dit was so 10:00 se kant die aand,
When the interview started, it was around 10 o'clock the evening.
en hulle was apart geïnterview gewees.
They were interviewed apart.
Dis hoekom hy uitgehaal gewees het uit die boardroom uit.
Hence was taken out of the boardroom.
We'll argue that you are misleading the court.
Ons gaan praat oor evidence van dat die misleiding is.
Dis nie waar nie.
It's not true.
When you said you saw him seated behind the table,
And he said that he was missing after the pharmacy.
my client is instructing me that you are misleading the court.
My client is that instructed that he misleading.
Hulle agter daai is die waarheid, dit is waar ek hom gesien het.
I know that is the truth and that is what I observed and that's what I saw.
There was no time he was honored to sit behind the table.
Daar was geen tyd waar ek het gekry om agter die tafel te sit.
Ek het hom gevind agter die tafel in die agter.
I found him behind the table alone.
From the first office, he was taken to the second office.
Van die eerste kantoor hy was geneem na die tweede kantoor.
When he arrived, before even arriving, he could hear someone screaming.
Voordat hy daar aangekom het, hy gehoor van skreeu.
But at that time, he didn't know where the screams were coming from.
Maar op daardie tyd het hy geweet nie waar kom die skreeu vandaan nie.
During the interviews, did you hear any screams in your offices?
Tijdens die onderhoud het die enige geletterd hoor ons geskreeu het.
By die Seaboard kantoor.
By die Seaboard office.
Nee, hulle agter.
No man.
You didn't hear any screams.
Jy het geen skreeu gehoor nie.
Dis gereg het lag.
That's correct.
My client heard them. And when he was taken to the second office, he could witness that since the police was screaming.
My cliënt het gehoor en hy sê die tyd wat hy na die tweede kantoor toe geneem, hy het maar geneem gesien dat was nie Apollos so geskreeu het.
Meneer Apollos het nie geskree nie.
Maar Apollos het geskree.
While he was screaming, he was hanged in the manner in which my learned colleague for the defense, Mr. Ramsey, has explained before this court.
Die tyd wat hy skree, hy het op 'n manier gehou soos voor die jare se verduidelike te doen.
Ek het geen kommentaar van die gehang, soos meneer Harms verduidelik het, dit nie plaasgevind nie.
I have no comment as of what was mentioned on how the person was hanged on the day.
You were only there during the interviews when the members were calling you from FCFs up to sea border offices. FCS sea border offices, that's where you were present.
Even if you were a little bit needed for it to from the FCS Kantura and the Seaboard Kantura, FCS Seaboard Kantura.
Dis korrek het lag maar.
That's correct.
My client instructs me, at that time I could not even walk properly because my testicles were paining from being pinched by the police officers.
My client's instructions that I can't even regeloop nie, want my private lewe was so stil gewees, die tyd wat die polisiebeampte vir my geknip het.
Ek het geen kommentaar because ek het nie vir Stefan gesien loop nie.
I have no comment because I didn't see Stephanie walking.
Korreksie, die enigste wat ek vir Stefan gesien loop het was gister agter is toe hy uit die boordkamer het loop na die kantoor langsaan toe.
The only, just to make a correction, the time that I saw Stephanie walking was from the boardroom to the other office.
En ek het iets opgelet dat hy loop in pyn of enige ongemak nie.
I didn't see that he was walking in pain or he was walking in ease.
If you've noticed that he was walking in pain, what have you done? What you could have done?
As u dit opgelet het met die loop en pyn wat sou u gedoen het?
Ek sou hom gevra het wat fout is.
I was going to ask him what's the problem.
You've seen Mr. Apollos with a swollen eye. Did you ask him what was the problem?
Het is correct.
Is that correct?
After knowing what was the problem, what did you do with the problem?
Nadat u geweet het wat is die probleem, wat het u gedoen met dit?
Meneer Apollos het vir my gesê dat dit nie 'n probleem is nie, hy was nie aangeraak nie.
Mr. Apollos told me that it's not a problem and he was not assaulted.
I'm asking you, you've seen that he was having a swollen eye. I'm asking you, I'm not asking you, what did you do after realizing that this person I've called for interview now is having a swollen arm? What did you do?
Ek vraag vir u, die tyd dat u opgelet het dat meneer Apollos het die blok op ons oog opgesaam, wat het u gedoen? Want u het die persoon geroep of aangeroep vir die onderhoud, wat het u gedoen?
Ek het hom gevra wat het gebeur of hy aangeraak gewees het. En toe hy vir my sê nee, toe laat ek dit daar.
I asked him what happened was you assaulted and he said no, I just left it at that.
You are the lead investigating officer. That's what you told the court. Your rank, you are the captain. You called these people for interview. You are seeing somebody whom you called is injured, is telling you is having a problem. You just leave without starting the problem.
He is the captain, he is the persoon die leier van die onderhoud. En is die persoon heeft het probleem met je oog op je oog opgeslaan en die doenas van het niet.
Ja, ons soos getuige, die oog was net onderkant geswel en 'n bietjie blauw.
My lawyer has testified that I was looking at the bottom and it was blue.
Let's go back to the second office.
Want ons gaan terug gaan na die tweede kantoor toe.
Mr. Divino is in the second office. Mr. Apollos is being hanged.
Can you please repeat the last part?
Hanged. He was hanging.
Dus de meneer is in die tweede kantoor, met die Apollos was gehang.
Can you dispute this?
Kan u dit ontken?
Daar het niks van dit in my teenwoordigheid plaasgevind nie.
None of that happened in my presence.
And you testify that your presence was minimal. Somebody who played a major role was Sergeant Forte.
U sê dat Esau was 'n baie min gewees, maar die persoon het 'n groter rol gespeel in die Sergeant Forte.
Dit is korrek, met die tydens die onderhoude.
That's correct in the interview.
It didn't happen in your presence. It might have happened during the time you were not there. Is that correct?
En het correct is dat dit niet gebeurde tijdens die inhoud was nie, maar dit gebeurde tijdens die inhoud was nie.
Eerder soos ek al sê, daar's altyd 'n moontlikheid dat iets kon gebeur het.
And I said there's a possibility that something could happen.
Maar ek het ook genoem dat die tye wat ek opgekom het, het ek nie gesien dat enige een van hulle daai gesig of uitdrukking gehad het lyk of waar iets gebeur het saam met hulle, behalwe dat hulle net nervous gelyk het soos in die begin van die onderhoud van die aand nie.
As I mentioned that when the police is there is something will happen or not. And then was also mentioned that when I came out or when I went to the places where we were for the interviews, there was nothing to say that they were being assaulted. The only thing that I could notice that they were nervous.
On his arrival on this second room or second office, he was instructed to take off his sweater and to take off his shoes, training shoes.
Die tyd dat hy in die tweede kantoor gekom het, hy het gesê, moes die sweater uittrek en sy skoene.
Het Maar met zijn aankomst in die tweede kantoor was ik daar en dit het niet gebeurd. Nie.
When we arrived at the second office, I was present there, that did not take place.
Oh, you agree that there was a second office?
So he said, they found that there was in the kantoor.
Het lag maar in hoof, het ek gesê dat hy was te vat uit die boardroom uit na die kantoor toe.
My lord, in my evidence in chief, I mentioned that he was taken out of the boardroom and taken to the office.
After he was instructed to take off his sweater and to take off his training shoes, he was instructed to lie down on his back.
Nadat ek was gesê dat hy sy sweater uitgetrek en sy training shoes uitgetrek, hy was geskoene, hy was gesê dat hy toe op sy rug lê.
Dat het nie gebeur in my teenwoordigheid nie.
That didn't happen in my presence.
When did you leave the second room?
Wanneer ek in die tweede kantoor uitgeloop.
Ek was in totaal so 15-20 minute nadat ons uit die boardroom uitgekom het, as ek toe af na die FCS gebouw toe.
About 15 or 20 minutes after we left the boardroom, I went to the FCS offices.
So whatever happened after you left the second room, you cannot dispute or confirm it.
Wat gebeur in die kantoor nadat jy uitgeloop het en jy kan nie niks wil om daaroor te doen?
Ek kan niks sê daaroor nie.
I can't say anything about that.
After he was instructed to lie down on his back,
Nadat jy was gesê dat hy moet op sy rug lê,
he was instructed to pull his knees towards his chest
hy was dan gesê dat hy moet sy knie aan sy bors te trek.
But there's one thing I'm forgetting here. Before he was told to take off his shirt, they took off the handcuffs for him to be able to take off the shirt, the t-shirt.
Voordat hy was gesê was hy om losgemaak van die handen, sodat hy kan sy hemp uittrek, of die hemp uittrek.
Soos ek getuig het in hoof en tydens kruisondervraging met onder meneer Harmse.
As I testified in evidence in chief and during the cross-examination of Mr. Harrison,
Het ek genoem dat nie een van hulle het boeie ingehaat terwyl hulle in die boardroom gewees het.
I mentioned that none of them had handcuffs whilst they were in the room.
The boardroom.
I don't want to take you back to what you said. Your last, on that same question, your last answer was, I am not sure.
Ek wil nou net ek terugneem na die antwoord. Jy het gesê ek is nie seker nie.
En ek het gesê, hoekom ek so geseerd was, want ek kon nie sien dat hulle in boeie gewees het, die van hulle gesit die hele tyd.
The reason I said that I couldn't see or see the handcuffs exactly that.
Toe sê meneer Harmse dat ja, sy kliënt sê hulle was nie in boeie gewees nie.
And Mr. Harrison said that his client said that they were not in handcuffs.
I put this question to you regarding my client again. My client instructs me that when he arrived at sea border offices, he was handcuffed.
Ek stel die vraag van die beklinies en die tyd wat ek by die seeborderkantoor gekom het, ek was een naamboek geweest.
Ek het geen kommentaar, want ek het dit gesien nie.
I have no comment on that one because I didn't see that.
And that you haven't seen it, you cannot dispute or confirm it.
En ek het nie gesien die kan nie oor gesê nie, jy het gedeelop.
Het is reg en laagbaar.
That's correct.
was instructed to pull his knees towards his chest. And now he was in the sitting position. While on the sitting position, he was further instructed to pull his arms in front of his knees. Can you dispute this?
Ik het niet dat gezien, so ik had geen commentaar op het.
I did not see that, so I have no comment.
While his arms were in front of his knees, he was handcuffed. In a way, his arms were locking his knees. Under his knees, just below his arms, a steel rod was inserted. Now this steel rod was put on two chairs, on the left side and on the right side. And he was hanging in between. Any comment to this arrangement?
Geen commentaar en ik was niet aan. En ik heb dat ook niet gezien gebeuren.
No comment, I was not there and I did not see that happening.
As if that was not enough, he was covered with plastic. Over his head. He couldn't see. Maybe the purpose of this plastic is for him not to identify the perpetrators. Plastic. His forearm, while hanging hopelessly in this rod, his forearm was pushed and he will swing.
Just one moment. Just want to get on record the demonstration. It's like spinning around the rod.
Ik wil zeggen, dank je.
Thank you for the explanation.
Do you have any comment?
Geen commentaar in waarvan ik heb dit niet gezien gebeuren.
No comment on the one I did not see that happening.
Yes.
These police officers who were in this room, there are about 6 to 7, 5 to 7. They started beating him on his feet, on his knees, on his legs.
Die polisie beampte steeds toetsnemen om van hem te steeds en het ongeluk om te slaan zijn arms en knieën te benen.
Geen commentaar, ik heb dit niet gezien.
No comment, I did not see that.
He was beaten,
Hij was aangedaan,
he was suffocating,
hij voelde gesuffoceerd,
he was hung, he was hanging.
hij heeft gehangen.
Geen commentaar, ik heb dit niet gezien.
No comment on the findings event. So waar in de Afrikaans woord suffocating was verzoemen.
Before the plastic, before he was covered, before his head was covered by the plastic, he was told, if you want to speak, you will scream, we will take off the plastic.
Hij zei dat kon ik niet tegen dat die plastic op zich omgezet was. Hij was gezegd dat als je moet gaan, je moet screen, dan gaan we die plastic afhalen.
Geen commentaar.
No comment.
This torture continued for about 4 hours.
En hierdie ding gaan jy om aanraak met ander mense om en soveel ure.
For him to be able to breathe, he would bite the plastic.
Om kan asem uithaal die plastiek opbyt.
And immediately they will add 2 more plastics.
En nie maar dan het volgende week 3 plastics.
Ik heb geen commentaar, ik was niet daar, nee. Ik heb niet dat gezien gebeuren. Nee.
No comment, I was not there, I did not see that occur or happen.
Can you explain that to me, Captain? You called for these interviews. You are the lead investigator. How come for 4 hours? In your jurisdiction, in your offices, the people are being tortured. You don't see this? How is that possible?
Hoe kan het gebeuren dat de eerste persoon dat die leider is van die onderhouden en die mensen terug voor die onderhoud, hoe kan het wees dat hierdie ding gebeur in die kantore of in die plek vir 4 ure en 1 week van
Heel erg maar, soos ek getuig het, ek het nie gesien dat enige een van Boeta, Kelly, Stefano aangerand geweest het op enige manier nie.
And any of Kelly, Stefano and Boeta that were assaulted in any kind of way.
En soos ek ook gesê het dat ek hulle die kantore besoek het.
As I've said that I went to visit these offices.
En daar was geen teken dat enigiets soos dit kon plaasgevind.
And there was no sign that any of that took place.
En dat het ek opgelet as gevolg van hoe ek vir Boeta en vir Stefano gekry het in die kantore.
I noticed that recently is how I found Boeta and Stefano in the offices.
Hulle het steeds net senuweeagtig gelyk met my besoeke.
They just looked nervous when I visited or when I went to these offices.
Hulle het nie gelyk soos mense wat uit 'n geveg het gekom het nie.
They did not look like people that came from war.
Daar was geen gesiguitdrukkings van iemand wat bang is of wat onder ewige duress geplaas gewees het nie.
There was nothing to sign in the faces that the people that had been assaulted or on the face.
Thank you. If you've noticed all what you are saying you didn't notice, were you going to be able to tell? Because on that day I've seen Mr. Apollis, he was hanging. I've seen Mr. Stevino, he was hanging. I've witnessed torture. If you've witnessed this, were you going to come and tell the court, indeed I've witnessed this?
As iemand waargeneem het of gesien het dit gebeur, soos moet gedink het hoe Stevino verhang, maar die Apollis het gaan of die ander het gebeur, so ieder genoemd het.
Dis korrek, ek lag maar.
Can you repeat that?
Dis korrek, ek sou gesê het.
Correct, but I was going to say that.
It was so unfortunate that you didn't witness this, because if you witnessed it, you were going to come and tell the court.
So ongelukkig dat jy die waargeneem nie, as die waargeneem het, die sal dit gebeur.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And while hanging, being tortured, he was reminded repeatedly that we've got information that you are implicated in the disappearance of Joshlin.
Weet wat ek daar aan en aangerang of so geacht en die wijvers gesê dat oor die informatie dat u weet van die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Geen commentaar laat maar.
Nou kom ons dan.
My lord, my exhibit, I was thinking it is in this file, it is in the other file, my J88. Can I quickly? Thank you.
Heel erg maar. In die tijd kan ik gewoon niet een tablet nemen, ik heb de ooginfectie niet.
Ja, zeker.
Dank je. Dankie Lombard.
Thank you.
Did you find it, Mr. Kabay?
Thank you, my lord.
Do we have copies of that? Are you going to hand it up?
I don't have copies, my lord.
J88, can you maybe just give the A number? It'll make it easy for the state to find it.
It's A22, my lord.
Are you going to hand it up? Because then I can get it now. And that will be double C, CC. So I'm just going to identify it for the record. It's J88 accompanied by the document SABC 308 marked A22. That's the cover sheet. It has the name of Stephen van Rijn, STEVN van Rijn, as the patient. And thereafter follows the J88. It has 6 pages. And it seems to be an examination done by a Dr. Hendrik Jacobus Nel at Vredenburg Hospital. Date stamped on the 5th of March, and the examination is indicated to have taken place, or the completion of the J88 was at 9:10 in the morning. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabay. Do you have a copy, Captain?
Dis hierdie keer Lombard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kabay.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Lombard, was it brought to your attention that my client was, in the morning of the 5th of March 2024, taken to Vredenburg Provincial Hospital?
Because dis hierdie keer Lombard, en die rede vir dit was die voor mediese ondersoek voor die verklaring geneem gewees het.
That's correct, and the reason for that is before the interview or the investigation for the statement to be taken.
As ook na die verklaring word die verdagte weer geneem na die hospitaal toe vir post-medical examination.
And also, after the interview or after the statement was taken, the suspect was taken again to be examined.
Mr. Lombard, do you know why my client was taken to Vredenburg Provincial Hospital on the 5th of March?
Akbar, ek het nou net 'n vraag beantwoord.
So this one, so I take it there will be 2 J88s
Dis korrek, het
for that day.
Dis korrek.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So do you know whether this was the pre-statement J88 or the post-statement J88?
Dis die pre-medical examination.
It was before.
So if I understand the evidence correctly, this examination was specifically linked to a statement to be taken.
Dis korrek, het Akbar.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
My Lord, I didn't hear Mr. Lombard's answer to my question. If you can please repeat whether he knew why my client was taken to Fredenberg.
He testified, Mr. Kabai, that before the statement is taken, there's a pre-statement taking medical examination. So that was this one. And then after the statement was taken, there would have been another examination. That's called the post-statement.
I'll put to
So
you.
that was the purpose.
I'll put to you, Mr. Lombard. The purpose of my client's medical examination on that day, it was due to the injuries he sustained while he was being tortured by your members in your presence.
Akbar, dit is nie korrek wat Ms. Kabai daar sê.
My Lord, it's not correct what Mr. Kabaki is saying.
Die neem van 'n verdagte na die hospitaal of 'n dokter voor verklaring is deel van die proses as 'n verklaring gevat word by 'n verdagte.
My Lord, the reason for a suspect to be taken for medical examination before a statement is taken is part of the process.
En dis hoekom daar na die afneem van die verklaring die verdagte gaan weer na die hospitaal toe vir 'n post-medical examination.
And that's the reason after the suspect has given a statement, the suspect is taken again to be medically examined.
I don't have a problem with your processes. What you do after taking suspect's statement, I don't have a problem with that. And that is not my question.
Ik heb geen probleem met die procedure om die proces te verstaan, maar dat was niet vraag nie.
Ek het die vraag geantwoord, Akbar.
I answered the question.
En ek het gesê wat u aan my gestel het is nie waar nie.
I said that what you stated and what you mentioned to me is not true.
If it's not true,
Do I understand this statement correctly, Mr. Kabai? I just want to check that you put it to the witness, the purpose of this examination was it to note the injuries that he sustained during the torture?
that's what I've said, my Lord. The reason why my client was taken to Friedenberg Provisional Hospital, it was not, it didn't have anything to do with the processes, with their processes. It has one thing to do, injuries sustained by my client during torture on the night of the 4th until the morning of the 5th.
So that was the purpose of the examination. That's what you put.
Yes, that's what I'm putting to the witness.
Wat ek understand is op examen gesê is dat die rede dat die kliënt na die provinsiale hospitaal toe geneem is van die beserings wat hy gekry het of opgedoen het tydens die onderhoud of was aangeraan. Dat is die rede. Nie hoe die procedure gedoen word om hoe die procedure moet gedoen word.
Heel Akbar, soos ek verduidelik het,
My Lord, as I explained,
die pre-examination en die post-examination as deel van die proses as daar verklaring geneem word van 'n verdagte.
my Lord, as I explained, the pre- and post-examination as done when the suspect, a statement is taken from the suspect.
Can you go to the page where there are marks for the injuries to this diagrams?
That's 6 of 6.
Kan u net bladsy gaan waar jy sê dat die materiaal is?
When I look at those injuries, it's page 6. When I look at them, I'm sorry. When I look at those injuries, it's page 6. They correspond with the manner in which my client was tortured and beaten.
As ek na die proceedings kyk om kyk op bladsy 6 van die agterkant nie, dit is ook nie met hoe die betuiging hoe was hy aangegaan.
En algemeen as ek kyk op as dit bladsy 6, ja bladsy 6. Ek sien dat daar ek dink is 'n soft tissue injury op sy boarms is.
My Lord, I can see that
Ekskuus tog en sê hier waar die arm se mak is net na daai volgens die fotos.
Forearms.
Sy voorarm.
my Lord, when I look at this item on page 6, by his forearms where his arms is holding with my Lord,
As ek by beide knieë van hom het.
and I look at both of his knees,
As ek geluister het na my misgebaai wat gesê het dat haar kliënt het gehang
and as to say, I'm listening to what Mr. Kabay has said, that her client was hanging,
en toe hy gehang het was hy aan 'n vasgeboei gewees.
and when whilst he was hanging, he was handcuffed.
So dit beteken dat die boeie hier by sy gewrigte moes gewees het.
So, which means that the handcuffs would be by his wrist, my Lord, as the word is indicating.
En dat sy body mass moes hom afgetrek het.
His body mass was going to put him down,
Wat dan merke sou gelos het by sy gewrigte.
and Mars was going to leave it behind on his wrist,
En is duidelik van die JT uit.
and clear that on the J88,
Daar's geen sulke merke nie.
there's no such marks.
Van die handboeie wat die polisie het is baie dun.
Because the handcuff that the police have is very thin.
On that point, I'm
So
sorry.
would the accused and retrieved during the detention of the attorney,
Can I take my back, my Lord? Thank you, my Lord. J88 of my client will be in this manner or in any manner. Why? Because when he was taken for medical examination, he was told by those police officers who were accompanying him that you don't tell the doctor what happened. He didn't show the doctor the marks you are talking about because he was warned that you don't tell the doctor your injuries.
Die rede met kliënte hier aangebracht dat is so op, en dit is een nare manier as van, hy sê dat in die instructies aan my het is gesê, die polisie wat hom verseker het om na die dokter te neem om na die hospitaal te geneem dan jy nie eers die woord sê nie wat plaas van dit nie. Dit is die rede waarna die dokter daar die merk op is gesê.
Dit lag in my ondervinding van
With my experience,
so 'n besoek.
with my privilege,
Van ek het altyd gedoen met ander waar verklaringe geneem gewees van ander verdagtes en ander sake waar ek vir hulle na die hospitaal toe geneem het.
When it had happened that with other suspects, we had taken them to the hospital for medical observation, which we statement had to be taken.
Die dokter vul die gedeelte in
The doctor fills in this part.
op wat die dokter observeer
Mother of the doctor had noticed observed
op die persoon se liggaam.
on the person's body.
As ook die dokter vra ook as daar enige beserings wat aan die dokter wil sê en die dokter sal daarna kyk. In daai proses die dokter vra ook aan die persoon
In that process, the doctor will also ask the person,
of die persoon enige beserings het waar hy die dokter wil inlig oor.
and if the person has any other injuries followed.
Wat ek nog nie verstaan van Ms. Kabaye is dat sy noem dat die rede hoekom daai tipe besering nie op die JIT uit aangebring is nie,
No, what I don't understand from what Kabaye is saying, that the reason why those injuries are not there
is omdat meneer Van Ryn gedreig gewees het om nie vir die dokter te sê van dit nie.
and that Mr. Van Ryn was threatened not to inform or tell the doctor of them.
Erg
My lord,
die beserings op sy voorarm hierso.
the injuries on his forearm and the witness is indicating with his left hand on his right arm.
So dit is vir enige persoon moeilik om te sien of daar beserings is hier ook. Van jou arm moet kaal wees om dit te sien.
And for those injuries to be seen on the forearm, the arm will be naked, it will be open. So the injuries on the wrist will also be visible.
So die storie wat meneer Van Ryn skep dat hy moes nie die dokter gesê het nie, die dokter sou dit gesien het.
The story that Mr. Van Ryn, or the picture that Mr. Van Ryn is painting, the doctor was going to see that really didn't happen.
En die dokter sal dit sodoende gemerk het op die JIT uit.
And the doctor was going to mark it accordingly on the J88.
Attention. Let's go back to the diagram. Let's go back to the diagram. Do you see where the injuries are marked?
And is in mind the serious condition.
On the elbows.
Ekskuus dat?
On the elbows. On the arms. Both arms.
It's marked on the forearm just below the elbows.
Dis korrek uitleg.
That's correct, my lord.
I put instruction to you that my client's arms, they were pulled in front and he was handcuffed.
Ik heb een ingesteld dat mijn cliënt arms gevoerd op aangetreden en hij was verbonden.
And they were pulled for 4 hours or more than 4 hours.
Hij was getreden voor 4 uur of meer dan 4 uur.
Dis korrek.
In the manner in which they were pulled,
En de manier waarop hij was getreden.
the injuries that have been marked there, they correspond.
Je beseft dat dit is van een bepaalde verwijder geweest aan was aangenaam om lichaam.
Because he had pressure here. When he was pulled, he had pressure.
En de raad, als ik vooraan zoals die aangepreid aanleiding.
Just for completeness of the record, Mr. Kabaye points to the soft tissue on the forearms below the elbow, on the inner side.
Dis reg gedaan.
That's correct.
What is the
My lord, sorry, accusing the trees during the detention of the criminal.
Can you turn my back my
Mr. Nkabai, maybe you should give him a pen and paper. The other time when we offered it to him, he refused it. But I'm not comfortable with this back and forth all the time. So I think give him a piece of paper and a pen.
Thank you, my
I'm not talking to you, Mr. Van Rijn. I'm talking to your lawyer.
He is being...
Give him a pen and paper, and then he can note all the issues as we go along. And after we get to a point, we'll take the adjournment, and then he can give you instructions.
Thank you, my lord.
Otherwise, we're going to go back and forth all the time. I asked him the last time whether he could write, and he said yes, but he didn't want paper and a pen.
He is becoming emotional as the torture is taking place now.
No, I understand, but it's become disruptive, so let's try and manage it.
My lord, I was thinking to ask how... Okay, that's fine.
No, maybe ask your questions about the J88, and if there's going to be questions about the other J88, the second one, you complete the basic questions around that, and then I'll take the adjournment, because then you can consult with Mr. Van Rijn.
I didn't get the last answer to my question. Sorry, my lord.
En dit die antwoord gekrijgen op die laatste vraag.
Kan u die vraag herhalen, alsjeblieft?
En u please repeat that.
The injuries that have been shown on the elbows, they correspond with the pulling of my client's arm for 4 hours or more.
De bestuurders dat geweest op in jouw aangetachte, maar die elbow van mijn cliënt is de loopstaan, is dan met die maar die verduidelijk wat die gegeven door was aangerand geweest en was betreft geweest voor 4 uur op de juiste uur.
Ik zou verwachten dat die beserings op zijn arms naar is geweest het. Omdat hij zo gezet het en gehangen op zijn knieën. Van dan, als ik nou mezelf in mensen en zo zit in die knieën, dan verwacht ik dat die inzet meer af en na dan gevraagd of bij die gevraagd geweest het.
Maar when I was going to the injuries were going to the weapon shells more on the rest of the lower part. When unseated, my lord, and because his knees was pulled up.
Let me try and understand the question. We've dealt with the handcuff marks. That's past now. But remember, Mr. Nkabai has explained how the wrists are cuffed in front, then the arms are pulled over the knees, and then of course the rod being put through. So 2 things will happen with the spinning, or possible, I don't know, I'm not a medical doctor. 1, there will be pressure of the rod on the posterior side of the knees. So that would be illustrated if one look at the sketch where the marks are, the one to the right thereof. Now there are no marks there.
Yeah.
But of course we don't know the mechanics. It's been explained. The marks on the arms, those arms would have been over the knees, the hands would be over the knees, and the rod would either be in the elbow on the inside or could be there.
Yes,
And or there could be pressure onto the legs on those spots. So with all that Mr. Nkabai said, these injuries, and we're only dealing with the forearm injuries now, can be consistent with what he describes. That's all he says.
Soos u verduidelik, ek gaan my stemming saam met u.
How the police explain how I agree with that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nkabai.
The injuries on the knees.
And you said something?
Ek het geen
Also-
kommentaar op dit nie.
No comment?
Thank you. My Lord, at this juncture, I will humble us for an adjournment because my child was showing me something before I close this J88.
Do you want to, it's 12:41, do you want to take the lunch and adjournment now? And we'll take it till 1:15.
Let's take the lunch, then we come go to okay?
Let's take the adjournment till 1:30. It will give us sufficient time for the consultations for people that want to have lunch. I might excuse my registrar for the afternoon session. She's unwell, but I will make the necessary arrangements between the two other colleagues to take a seat on this side to assist with the admin. Have you spoken to your clients about the change of place of detention? Not yet.
Yes, my Lord. In the morning, while I was consulting with him, he told me about the removal from Mamel's Berrichard.
So, warrant officer, I'm simply asking this now because I want to do the warrants before Ms. Naidu Chetty goes back to the hotel. For this afternoon, still the same, and from tomorrow we might do the switch. So I'm going to do the warrants in any event for Malmesbury for this afternoon. We're contemplating doing a switch as from tomorrow for the place of detention. I was told by the police that the place that they had in mind might not be suitable, so they were looking for a suitable accommodation closer, so that we can be more efficient with our time in the mornings and in the afternoons. So thank you. I shall see you at 1:30. Court adjourned. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath.
Het is recht gedraagbaar.
Thank you, Mr. Mkabai.
Thank you. My client instructs me that before he was given a lift by the police officers, he had no injuries.
Geen commentaar.
He further instructs me that before the alleged interviews took place, he had no injuries.
Geen commentaar klaar.
That's too high. There we go.
My client further instructs me that the injuries he sustained, it is not because he has fallen from the police buggy. Any comment to that?
Ik heb geen commentaar, want ik heb niet gezien wat gebeurd het nie. Maar waar hij zeer gekregen heeft.
Further instructs me that any evidence you've obtained from him, it was obtained unconstitutional.
Het achtbare, zoals ik zei, hij heeft aanleiding gegeven dat hij wil die verklaring doen, afgeven. Als hij gezegd heeft nee, zou die verklaring, de afneming van die verklaring nooit plaatsgevonden hebben.
And if he indicated no, I would like to say that it was not going to take place.
Further instructs me, sorry. And I will argue that the statement that is deemed to be a confession, I will argue that it's not a confession on the following grounds. Number one, my client was unduly influenced. Whatever he told you, it was recited for him to say it.
Die cliënt was niet beïnvloed, nee. En die inligting wat hij aan ons het gegeven heeft van hemzelf gekomen.
The information that he gave us and came from him.
Second ground is that he's not the author of the statement.
Hij heeft wat neergeschreven is in die verklaring is wat hij gezegd heeft. Dat wat die officier neergeschreven heeft in die verklaring is sy eie woorde en sy storie.
What is contained or what is written in the statement came from him.
Third ground, that whatever is contained in the statement, he didn't give it freely and voluntarily.
Het legbaar is, zoals ik gezegd heb voorheen, Stefano heeft die gelegenheid gehad om niet die verklaring af te geven.
Secular had an opportunity not to do the statement.
Toe ek hom vra van die verklaring, het hy ingestem, ja, hy gaan dit doen.
When you already asked him about it, he said, he said yes, he would do it.
Hy het ook die ander geleenthede gehad waar die offisier wat die verklaring afgeneem het om vir hulle ook in te lig dat hy dit nie wil doen nie.
Can you please repeat the question?
Tydens die afneem van die verklaring
The time of the statement is taken out.
het hy geleentheid gehad om vir daai spesifieke offisier te sê hy wil dit nie af, hy wil nie 'n verklaring afgee nie.
He also had the opportunity to tell or to inform the officer that he does not give a statement.
En hy het weer die keuse gemaak en gesê en voort te gaan om die verklaring af te gee.
And he made a choice of giving a statement.
My client further instructs me that he was not under sober senses nor sound mind.
My client said that was the full positivity.
En ergens wat ek van laaste gesien het, toe lyk hy baie persoonlike senses.
My Lord, when I saw he was in sober senses.
Not unless the court wants me to address the court in anything, otherwise I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Ms. Swanepoel, any re-examination?
My Lord, only on two aspects. Captain, if at any stage during this night, early morning hours on the 4th and the 5th of March, if at any stage you were informed or saw or realized that any of assault or torture, as explained, had taken place, what would you have done?
En dan is sy nou kaptein van die vierde afneem, toe die vijfde doen, as die gesien het, of wat om die aanraking het gebeur, wat sou jy gedoen?
Ek sou dit onmiddellik gestop het, die onderhoude.
I was going to stop the interviews immediately,
En dan sou ek dit onmiddellik aan Brigadier Nana gerapporteer het.
and I was going to report it immediately to Brigadier Hanana.
And would the rest of the process that followed, in other words, the obtaining of the statements and the pointings out, would that have happened?
Zodat het nog steeds van die verneem van die verklarings en die uitwijzing sou dat die gaan gebeuren.
Nederlagbare.
No, my Lord.
Then you were specifically asked with regards to accused number 2, why you only later on, after it was said that he wanted to tell the truth, and when you asked him that question, then only you warned him of his constitutional rights. If he had, at any stage prior to that, started by incriminating himself, what would you have done?
Ek was gevra dat is hier dat ek gevra wat gebeur eers agterna die kom sê weet vertrek as hy kom sê homself voor dit beseer het dan was ons nog hier.
Ek sou vir hom by daardie moment gewaarsku het van sy regte.
Sê net harder.
Ek sou met die vroeë geleentheid, as dit so voor moes gekom het, sou ek hom gewaarsku het van sy regte onmiddellik.
If I came back early or early, my Lord, I was going to warn him or explain his rights.
Do I understand you immediately, once you establish that you will warn him of his rights?
Dis reg, Edelagbare.
That's correct, my Lord.
Those were the two aspects. Thank you, my Lord.
There's actually 3. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. Thank you, Captain Lombard. You may be excused. For purposes of the trial within the trial, you'll surely come back later, I suspect, in the main trial.
Dis reg, Edelagbare.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I call the next witness?
My Lord, just some housekeeping. For purposes of the fact that I won't be here for 3 days, Advocate Rahman is going to lead the rest of the evidence with regards to the trial within the trial. So may we please be allowed to
Certainly.
just swap around?
My Lord, sorry, my Lord. My colleague said he would like to start the new witness as well, my Lord.
Good.
Major House.
Yeah, you may let the witness come in, Salon.
Certainly. Brigadier Hanana. My Lord, he's been called. Please, that's my face. My Lord, whilst we're waiting for Brigadier Hanana to arrive, he is witness number 47 on the list of state witnesses, and for the orientation of my learned friends, he is A178 in the docket.
What my learned colleague now said when she referred to, I think, statements.
It's witness number 47 on the list of witnesses, and the statement in the police docket would be A178.
Thank you, my Lord.
178.
My apologies, my Lord. I know Brigadier Hanana is here. He has been in attendance for the past 2 days. I'm not sure
No,
where he is now.
this is
Involved.
this is the third day that he's been here.
Indeed, that is correct.
Good afternoon. May I have your full names for the record, please, sir?
My name is Leon. The surname is Hanana.
Mr. Anana, do you have any objection in taking the oath?
I do not have any objections.
You will then swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It will be the
So
truth.
help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. Brigadier Hanana, please tell the Honourable Court for how many years have you been in the service?
My Lord, I have 37 years of service in the South African Police Services.
Can you very briefly explain to the court what that service was, where you started to where you are now?
My Lord, I was in the uniform branch in 1988, for 6 months. And then I joined different specialized detective branches and specialized units. But for the 36 years, I was a detective, and 8 of that 37 years, I was working as a criminalistic expert.
het ek gewerk as 'n kriminele deskundige.
And I am still a detective.
Tot op hede is ek nog steeds 'n speler.
You currently hold the rank of brigadier, correct?
Heidiglik bekleed ek die rang van 'n brigadier reg.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Korrek, ek het hulle.
And you are appointed as the provincial head of the Serious and Violent Crime Investigation Unit.
En die is aangestel as die
That's correct, Your Worship.
Is it
My lord.
further correct, Brigadier, that Captain Lombard falls under your command?
Is het korrek dat Kaptein Lombard, is Kaptein Lombard se bevelvoerder?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Korrek, my lord.
Please tell the Honourable Court how it is that you came to be involved in this case.
Sê asseblief vir hierdie agbare hof hoe het u in hierdie saak betrokke geraak?
My Lord, from the 19th of February 2024,
U edele vanaf die 9 Februarie jaar 2024
there was news articles and different media houses were reporting on a child in Saldanha that is or was missing.
was daar verskeie berigte en nuusberigte, verskillende pershuise wat dan berig gewees het oor 'n vermiste kind.
A part of my responsibility
Deel van my verantwoordelikheid
on provincial level
op 'n provinsiale vlak
is to attend to newsworthy incidents.
is om na die nuuswaardige voorvalle by te woon of aandag te skenk op nuuswaardige.
My Lord, then from the provincial level, I'm working, as the advocates say, in serious and violent crimes, and that immediately.
Op 'n provinsiale vlak, en dit is wat die advokaat reg gesê het, ek werk op die ernstige misdrywe.
And this caught immediately our attention on provincial level.
En hierdie voorval het dan onmiddellik ons aandag getrek op die provinsiale vlak.
General particular, the provincial commissioner,
Generaal Patekile, die provinsiale commissaris,
as well as the detective, the deputy provincial commissioner, General Makashalala,
wel as die commissaris Makashalala,
called me in and instructed me to give attention to this matter in Saldanha.
hulle het my ingeroep en vir my gevra om aandag te skenk aan die voorval in Saldanha.
And that is how I got involved in this matter
En
in
die
Saldanha.
saak betrokke geraak het in Saldanha.
When was the first time that you arrived in Saldanha?
Wanneer was die eerste keer wat jy by Saldanha aangekom het?
My Lord, I came the 29th of February, I arrived in Saldanha.
Die het hulle op die 29 Februarie het ek in Saldanha aangekom.
But I have to mention it that because this incident attracted attention to the provincial level, the detectives,
Maar ek moet dit noem omdat hierdie saak of dat hier voorval die op aandag getrek het op die provinsiale vlak, moet ek dit noem.
prior my arrival in Saldanha,
Alvorens my aankoms te Saldanha,
I had conversations with the FCS commander, it was Captain Chetty,
het ek 'n gesprek met die FCS bevelvoerder en dit was
to get more background of what is happening and was there a docket open and to have more insight towards, but that was telephonically.
telefonies het ek 'n gesprek gehad met die commissaris en dit vas te stel is daar 'n dossier opgemaak wat 'n docket open en
I'm just thinking
'n docket open en
where we can let the evidence flow easier. Is there anybody but for the accused that does not follow the English of the public? Nobody. Because what we can then do is to proceed with the evidence in English. We can have the interpreter sit behind the accused, as we did the other day, and then just softly interpreting into Afrikaans means the evidence can flow faster and we won't have the problem because the brigadier is speaking quite loudly. Everybody can hear him, and so far there's a lot of clarity. So between Mr. Yankees and Ms. Pulani, if one of you maybe sit behind the accused and then do the English Afrikaans as we did last week, then we don't have to translate everything into Afrikaans because the public tells me they will follow. And then the two of you can rotate. Then we just run with the English. Everybody happy with that? Mr. Adamson? Ms. Nkabai? You can just give me a thumbs up if you're happy. Mr. Sivnarain? Good. Let's do that. We'll save a lot of time, but we won't have people talking over each other because I suspect the brigadier is going to go quite fast. Just bear with us, Brigadier. We're taking notes. My note taking might be a bit faster than counsel, but the state advocate will just show you to go slower if needs be. Good. Mr. Yankees, take it away. Whoever's going to go there first.
Noted, my lord.
So to the accused, ons gaan dieselfde doen as nou die dag met meneer Blau. Julle luister net. Dis twee ervare tolke hier, julle sal vir julle maklik deur die proses vat. En as julle iets nie verstaan nie, ek sal uit julle die linker oog uitvang. Sit jou hand op en dan sal ek die proses stop. Take it away, Ms. Herman.
Thank you, my lord. Brigadier, you stopped at the part where you said that you had telephonic communication with Captain Chetty regarding the progress as far as the FCS was concerned. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord. That was prior my arrival in Saldanha.
Proceed.
Then on the 29th, I came from Cape Town and to assess what is happening in Saldanha. I went into the place into where the people stay around town, just to have a feeling of what is happening. I could see that there's a lot of animosity in the town.
Yes.
And there was groups of people at the police station, and then on a later the afternoon, I called a meeting between the station commander, the FCS people, and during the day, I also,
Please repeat that. You called a meeting between the FCS commander,
the station commander,
station commander, yes,
the FCS personnel, and I also, during the day, I informed Captain Lombard and his team to join me in Saldanha.
Who makes up Captain Lombard's team? Who makes up that team under Captain Lombard?
Captain Lombard's team is made up out of experienced detectives working specifically with kidnappings. It's himself, it was two warrant officers, two captains, and I think one constable. But they were a team, and this team, we utilized them mostly and specifically for kidnapping cases.
Proceed.
Then, when they arrived, they joined us in the meeting the afternoon with the station commander, the FCS, as well as members from crime intelligence. where we had a briefing session and a discussion with regards to this, the child that was missing.
The station commander that you speak of is in fact Colonel Sibola, is that correct?
Colonel Sibola, that's correct.
Proceed, what happened next?
We had, from different units, we have different views and different insights to the matter. And after the meeting, I tasked Captain Lombard and the crime intelligence to gather information and to blend into the areas and help if there's searches that is still continuing, because the public were very committed towards the search and founding of Joshlin Smith.
So if I understand you correctly, there was a lot of public support in this matter.
On that stage, there was a public support towards our efforts.
Yes, proceed.
And I went to the FCS office, where I utilized an office away from the police station, and I also had meetings at the FCS building. It's on the same premise as the sea border. That place is on the sea border. I had my office based there, and then it's between 3 and 4, the team of Captain Lombard joined me at the FCS office where I was sitting.
Is this now still on the 29th?
On the 29th.
Yes.
Then we had discussions with regards to the searches, with regards to how we will work, just operational things that we then had discussions about. And then that was basically what happened, your Lord, my Lord, on the 29th. And then on...
Yes.
And then on the next day, there was different searches, there was different activities in the pursuit to find and to look for Joshlin Smith on that specific day.
Proceed.
That was basically what happened on the 29th, and that was the arrival of myself and Captain Lombard and his team to join up with. Then the investigation was then still in an inquiry format. Then, my Lord, some of the searches were called off, and arrangements was made. I also asked them, I remember that we said that we will sleep over, arrangements to maintain and keep the team in Saldanha was made, accommodation, all that administrational things were done. And then the Friday, if I can proceed to the next day, the Friday was also, there was different searches, there were different activities, investigations was done, we had different views of different things that unfold.
Yes.
Then I remember the Saturday, the Minister of Police, I think Becky Krele, arrived in Saldanha. Then but in between there was searches by the community, there were searches by the police, and then as well on the Sunday, and we had meetings, different meetings at the police station in the boardroom.
Yes.
But the atmosphere was absolutely to find the child that was gone.
The aim, is that correct? The aim was
the main aim was to find back the child, and I remember everyone was adamant to find the child.
Can you just pause for one moment? I've noted the evidence. Mrs. Kok, Cyrillene, can you mute? Can you maybe mute that microphone on your side? The one where at the accused table, because we have Mr. Yankees explaining quietly to the accused in Afrikaans, but I'm just concerned, that's our own microphone. It's just going to move it away so that we don't have an interference on the main record. Apologies, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Brigadier, you said that the main aim was finding the child, correct?
The main aim was to find the child, and with the searches continue, but on the Monday, the 4th, in this specific hall, we had the integrated search, which was one of the biggest ones that we had between the SABC, the Navy, City of Cape Town, and comprising out of people from the public, like the CPF and different groups that joined us in this specific wall in the pursuit of going to do a large search in the area.
Proceed.
And there was a total of more than 150 people, cadets, police in this wall, and we coordinated the searches, different teams. We had K9, we had drones, we have every person and every instrument and that could have helped with the child was present. And around between 3 and 4, I went back to the FCS office, where I utilized the branch, the unit commander's office of the FCS. And Captain Lombard and his team joined us at the FCS building.
Proceed.
Then we were asking the detectives from the FCS unit to bring Buta, Kelly, and Stefano, because our intention was to re-interview them.
Proceed.
With regards to this matter.
Yes, thank
then
you.
I can remember that the 2 male figures was taken up to the seaboard office.
Yes.
And Kelly was housed in the reception area of the office. We're in the same building that I utilize an office.
That's the FCS section.
At the FCS building.
Brigadier, did you personally have any engagement or interaction with any of the accused?
Because, yes, my lord, because of the fact that if I goes to the office where I was sitting, I needs to pass Kelly. I had small talk, small communication, small talk with Kelly. But with the other two, I did not have any interactions with them. But with Kelly, I had small talk and greeting, how are you, but small talk. With Kelly, because I have to pass, when I come into the office, I'm passing that space where she was sitting, and then I proceed then to the office where which I utilized.
Proceed.
Then Captain Lombard, the team of Captain Lombard, most of his investigators was at the sea border, where they were interviewing the two males, and there was detectives, female detectives, who was with Kelly in the reception area. And as we wanted to start with our interview processes, I was made alert that there is a person with the name of Owen who wants to share certain information with the team.
Proceed.
Then I discussed with Captain Lombard. I said to him, listen, I think we need to give attention to what Owen said to us, and we need to follow that up, and that caused us to hold back with the interviews with the 3 people that we intend to interview.
Yes.
Then Owen came in, and then we interviewed him. We took Kelly out, and then we interviewed and listened to this gentleman. And I don't know if I have to divulge what he was saying to us.
Yes, you can.
He then said to us that he was working a few years back for a person that is a member of the Navy base.
Yes.
And this individual was driving a red car.
Red car.
A red vehicle.
Yes.
He then alleged that this person, who he referred to, that he was working for some time for this person, cleaning his yard and small work around the house, and this person was also a Sangoma. Then Owen further said to the team that this male person asked him for a white child. He must source a white child and bring this child to him.
Yes.
And that this person have a house, and next to the house there is a mortuary. And that he is sure that if we bust that house and that mortuary, that we will most probably find the child in that mortuary.
Proceed.
My Lord, I immediately asked the team to put everything on hold so that we can test the truth and what this Owen divulged to the team.
When you say you asked him, you're referring to Captain Lombard?
To Captain Lombard and his team, that's correct.
So you instructed him to follow up on this information? What happened?
My Lord, I remained at the office, and the team went and came back and report to me that the search was negative.
Yes.
Then, after we explained to Owen that we followed up what he alleged and we couldn't find anything, we then excused him from the base, from the premise.
Before you proceed, Brigadier, we've heard evidence in this court from other witnesses that said that every possible piece of information that was received by the police was followed up. Is that correct?
Part of the strategy was, if any person say anything, we follow it up immediately. That was one of the strategies that we followed.
I interrupted you. You said you excused Owen. What happened next?
After we excused Owen, the interviews then start with the members at the sea border. The team, part of the team of Captain Lombard, interviewed the male persons, and then the female detectives was interviewing Kelly.
Do you recall who the female detectives were that interviewed Mrs. Smith?
There was three that I know that was interviewing Kelly. It was the sergeant that is in Captain Lombard's team. Surname?
There's Sergeant Johnson that we
Sergeant
know.
Johnson, sorry. And then there was a constable from FCS.
We've heard the evidence of one constable, Sikobe.
I cannot remember her surname, small one. Yeah. And then there was Lieutenant Colonel, what is his name now? From Crime Intelligence that was also with the team.
I'm sure that name will come to you. Don't worry, it's fine, Brigadier.
Yeah.
Very well, proceed.
But Captain Lombard was the person between my office and the team at the sea border. And I remember even before we started with these interviews, Captain Lombard came to me and he said that I must just inform you, Brigadier, that Buta got a blue eye.
Yes, you said you were informed that Mr. Paulus had a blue eye, correct? Buta.
Buta.
Yes.
That Buta got a blue eye and they pick him up from the community, and when he arrived, and it looks like he was somewhere, somehow, something happened, but I remember that Captain Lombard informed me that this person came in with a blue eye.
Brigadier, if any official, that's police official, law enforcement, crime intelligence, that was at Sea Border that night, if any assault was made on any of the accused, what would you have done?
My Lord, I am a detective in a specialized environment. We believe in outsmart a person rather than assault a person for any truth. And that is part of my briefing to the team, was that we need to gather evidence and prove our case. But the question that you ask, Advocate, if something like that happened in front of me, I would have taken steps immediately towards, I would have taken steps, discipline or criminal, but I would have taken steps.
Against
as a senior manager, I need to do that against the member who assault any person in my presence.
Yes, proceed. You said this report was
My Lord,
made.
can I mention the Colonel Ellen? She was part of the interviewing of Kelly.
I told you it would come back to you.
Ellen, yeah.
Right. Yes, proceed. You said the report was made by Captain Lombard to you. What did you do in return? What did you say to him?
I asked him and said to him that we need to record any injuries. If any of these people have injuries, we need to record it. Or in a pocketbook, or in a diary, or we need to report this before we actually start with the interviewing of these people.
Proceed, yes.
Then, my Lord, during this process of interviewing, Captain Lombard then came back to me and said that because it's a strategy that we follow, a name came forward and he said that one of the two gentlemen mentioned a name, Ayanda. Is it Ayanda? Sangoma. And we need to stop with these interviews and then get to the house of the Sangoma, Ayanda.
Let me just, because it's not in dispute.
Yes.
The name that seems to have come up is actually Ayanda's sister, with the nickname of Makalima.
Makalima. I remember, yes.
Yeah. Because that's not in dispute.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
No problem. Do you agree with what His Lordship has said? It was the name Makalima.
Makalima. That's correct. Thank you, my Lord.
Yes, proceed.
I was at the base, and after an hour they went and they came back with a male, a female, and children.
Do you you perhaps have any recollection of what time this was?
My Lord, that could have been between 7 and 9. More or less 7 and 9. It can be, times is not, I don't want to say it was specifically 10:05, but it was between 7 and 9.
Proceed. You said that the team returned with certain individuals?
With a male, a female, and children. Then I said to them, we need to use the trauma room to host this family. And I remember the children were playing and up and down in the passage. And we play with the children, and the mother and father was host, and on the later stage they sleep because the place was comfortable for them to sleep.
You're referring to the children?
The one, I think the daughter was sleeping, but the smaller one, he was giving pleasure to us in the building, running up and down, and keep us busy.
Entertaining you, Brigadier?
Entertaining us, yes. And the interviews continue with the team continue with Kelly, the females, and the 2 males were then interviewed by the team that was at the seaboard, the 2 males.
Before we go on to those interviews, please describe to the court what was your interaction with Mrs. Smith. I know you said it was very light-hearted, very greeting, but her demeanor, how would you describe her? How did she appear to you?
My Lord, I utilize the opportunity to have discussions with Kelly with regards to where she come from, how she came in Saldanha, small talk, and with regards to the child. And she just, when you speak about the child, she was very evading. She didn't want to answer questions with regards to Joshlin.
You use the word evading.
Just one moment. Ms. Herman, remember where we are. We're dealing with the trial within a trial insofar as it relates to Mr. Apollos and Mr. Van Rijn. Ms. Smith is not part of this inquiry.
Noted, my lord.
And in any event, the evidence led now is irrelevant to the inquiry that we have.
Noted, my lord.
So let's stick to the inquiry.
Noted. I'll proceed. Brigadier, please tell the court what happened with regard to the interviews that were held with Buta and Stefano.
My Lord, I was not physically present with the interviews. I got snips from Captain Lombard will come into the office and update me that we make progress or we are hitting a stop. I got my feedbacks from Captain Lombard with regards to the 2 males because I was not part of the physical interviewing process with regards to the 2 males.
And you never went up to those rooms, the boardroom and offices?
Not on that stage, my Lord. I was not with them at the seaboard office.
Proceed. What was the feedback from Captain Lombard?
And I remember that it was past 12, 1, 2, around 3 o'clock, 3, 4. Captain Lombard came to me and he said to me, Brigadier, the two gentlemen, that is Stefanos and Buddha, confess, and we need officers for the taking of the confession.
Yes, proceed.
I immediately call Colonel Clark.
Yes.
Colonel Clark is working murder and robbery on provincial level, and I called Lieutenant Colonel Pretorius because it was 2 males and it needs to have 2 different officers. The reason also for my choice with regards to the 2 officers was because both the 2 males, the 2 gentlemen that wants to confess, is Afrikaans speaking.
Where is Colonel Pretorius based? Do you know where Colonel Pretorius is based?
Colonel Pretorius is working also on provincial level. He's working provincial investigation unit. He's working as an ad hoc team in the serious and violent crime environment.
Yes, proceed.
Then when they arrived in Saldanha, that was 2-3 hours, between 2-3 hours when they arrived in Saldanha. Then the arrangements start for the confessions, and while they were doing arrangements with the doctors for the 2 gentlemen to take them to the doctors, I also called on Colonel Volmerans from the district. He's the district detective commander here in this district. And I requested from him 2 things. I request him to assist with regards to additional officers that can do the pointing out, as well as officers and members that can assist with the transportation of the people, the 4 people that we currently have, the 3, Kelly, Buta, Stefanos, and Makalima. If they needs to be transported, they needs to be at different police stations, and I request assistance from Colonel Volmerans to assist us with regards to that as well.
What was the reason for arrangements to be made for the persons, that's now Buta and Stefano, to be taken to the doctor? What was the reason for that?
My Lord, procedure, whenever we taking confession, we take first the person to a doctor that will certify that there is injuries, and or to examine the person and see if this person have injuries on the body, and then it will be recorded before we start with the confession. And then after the confession, you need to take the person back to the doctor and to make sure that nothing happened in between. So then taking the person then back to the doctor to say the person have new injuries or that it's the same, and then a report is also compiled with regards to that.
As far as the detention of the persons concerned, do you have any recollection about where they were detained, Brigadier?
My Lord, the decision that I took was that Kelly needs to be detained in Langebaan. Stefanos and, is it Makalima? The lady?
Yes, the other lady, yes.
St. Helena Bay. And then Buddha, I think, was in light black.
We have heard the evidence of Captain Lombard that indicated the accused 1 and 2 were detained at Saldanha.
That was prior. That was before we split them up to different police stations. They were then booked at Saldanha.
Did you have any further involvement in the matter on the 4th or 5th, Brigadier?
My Lord, yes. I can remember that while Colonel Clark was busy with Stefanos, I received a call. Then he said to me, Brigadier, while I was busy obtaining the confession of Stefanos, he fell asleep. And I said to him, Colonel, it is best that you refrain and do not continue with this interview. Then I said, let's take him, let him sleep, let him sleep, take him to the police station. And then I called on Captain Siekwe. And Captain Siekwe came back, Colonel Clark went back, he left this part, and we utilized a different officer who do not have any information with regards to anything. And we brought Captain Siekwe in, and later the day, he completed the confession of Stefanos.
Do you have, or can you tell us from where Captain Siekwe comes? Do you know?
Captain Siekwe is also working on provincial level. He is part of our investigations in serious and violent crimes.
And with regard to Captain Kassel, what arrangements were made with him?
I called on Captain Kassel to come and help with the pointing out. That is where Captain Kassel came in, and I think his role on a later stage was only to be a driver during the pointing out.
And I take it there was also the involvement of one Captain Cilliers. Is that correct?
At that stage,
Oh, sorry.
Captain Cilliers was the person who took the statement on the 15th of Florentia.
That's correct, my lord. That's
So,
much later.
Yeah.
Does that conclude your involvement on those days, Brigadier?
My Lord, that is my testimony. That is what happened, and that is how far I was involved with this matter.
did you attend court at the first appearance of the accused in question?
That's correct, my lord. I attend court on first appearance.
Thank you, Brigadier, for your time. My lord, that is all I have for the witness.
Mr. Harmse. I think they thought, Mr. Harmse, they'll leave it at Ms. Mkabai's height so that you won't ask many questions.
I have a few questions, my lord, not many. Brigadier, you would know that I appear on behalf of accused one.
That's Mr. Apollos Buddha.
Mr. Apollos.
Buddha.
No, that's Buddha, yeah.
Buddha.
I appear on behalf
Apollos.
of him. He's my client.
It's good to meet you, sir.
Pleased to meet you,
Thank you.
sir. The reason, or let me start there. It might have been mentioned that I can't recall. Whose idea was it? Was it your idea that there should be the further interviews with the accused?
Can you repeat the question? Was it my idea?
Yes. Who decided initially? Whose idea? Whose decision was it?
Mr.
Who said
Harmse,
that?
Mr. Harmse, I don't want to interrupt you unnecessarily, but maybe let's give the context.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Apollos Buddha, as you call him, Kelly, they gave statements on the
Inquiry.
20th, right? Or the 19th or the 20th, the 19th, I think it was. No, 20th. It was the 20th when the statements were taken, 19th, 20th. And we know that it's not in dispute that Captain Lombard had an informal discussion with Buddha and Kelly on the 25th of that month. And we also know that Mr. Van Rijn-Steveno, he made a statement on the 29th. So they have all been interviewed before, because they were primary statements.
That's right.
Now the question is, whose idea was to re-interview them or to follow up?
The idea of bringing them in overall was my decision, but the decision I communicated with the team leader, Captain Lombard, and that was actually, I said, let's listen, let's interview these people, because we read statements in the inquiry. Let's re-interview these people.
Thank you.
So I take it that yourself went through all these statements that were available from the accused.
There was an inquiry. I assessed the inquiry, and based on the inquiry, we could see there's discrepancies in times and how they articulate the events, and that caused me to say that we need firstly a team that can focus as well as to re-interview the individuals.
Lord, I may just might just explain that the reason why I'm going to look at the witness's evidence in chief is because the statement that was made doesn't contain the evidence that was given. So I need to look at the evidence that was given. Thank you. You said at some stage, Brigadier, that you went to FCS offices and used the office at Sea Border. I might have written it wrong. You had an office at FCS.
Yeah, that's correct. My office, I utilized the commander's office. And the Sea Border is 100 to 200 meters from that building. There's two buildings. The Sea Border on top and then the FCS building down.
So the distance apart from Sea Border offices and FCS offices about 100 meters, you said?
It's 200, between 100 and 200, 150, 200 meters apart from each other.
So do I understand then correctly, if Captain Lombard gave evidence, said he's moving between FCS and Sea Border, he would have to walk 100 meters?
Between the two.
Yeah.
As I said, it's an estimated, it's not exact, it's an estimated.
Brigadier, if you should look at the dimensions of this hall, maybe because we can all guess, and sometimes we've realized over time, but also in this case, our guesses is not close to reality. So is it further from the back to the front of this?
My Lord, from where I sit, almost to the wall at the back, that is more or less how far this two buildings is from each other.
Now we've tried to calculate it on another occasion, and it's less than 50 meters.
Is it less than 50 meters? My calculation can be out, but it's not very far from each other.
Well, the younger people can run 100 meters. For us older people, yes, this is like 200, 300 meters.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord.
So let's put it at about 50, more or less, as a distance that was pointed out.
Thank you, my Lord. Brigadier, then you went on to say that between 3 and 4, Captain Lombard and the team joined you yourself. And on which day was that now? Between 3 and 4 in the afternoon, I take it? On which day was that?
On the 4th.
Afternoon on the 4th?
On the 4th, yes.
And that was at FCS?
Yeah, that's correct, at the FCS building.
Captain Lombard was also there with his team between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock the afternoon on the 4th.
That's correct, my Lord.
What is of most interest to me, maybe you can recall, and if you can't, I'll accept it, but can you recall what was your information regarding, at that time now on the 4th of March, regarding accused number 1? Where is he? Where had he been? Did you ask Captain Lombard where accused 1 was?
My Lord, that I cannot I cannot help with it. But they were in the, I think they were in the, but I cannot. I don't want to speculate.
Before they arrived at FCS/C border, were you aware where they would find themselves in Saldanha, Vredenburg, Cape Town, or not?
I don't know where they was, but I knew they were not in the cells or at the police station. They would have been in the area where they stay, or in this place. But I really don't know where the detectives from SES got them.
Thank you. Then you mentioned, and I want to ask you if you can recall the time, but you mentioned that Captain Lombard was between your office and sea border. And then your evidence led that Captain Lombard came and said to yourself that I have to inform you that Buddha has a blue eye. You specifically remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
What time was that?
That was when they arrived.
Who are they?
The three people arrived when they were on the premise, and there was interactions between Captain Lombard and them, most probably to separate them. Then after that separation, when they took the two people to the sea border and Kelly in the reception area, in that time Captain Lombard informed me about Buddha that have a blue eye. I can recall that, because it's very much important when you interview a person is to make sure that this person is not stabbed or had injuries, because we know the allegations tomorrow it will be that the police was responsible for these injuries. That was important to me.
Did anybody there at sea border or FCS, Captain Lombard's team, or anybody that you are aware of look or search or ask accused one, show us your injuries that you say you might have or that you could see, Brigadier?
My Lord, no. Not that I am aware of, except that the fact that I was made aware that I did not even look at the face of this gentleman, because it is operational activities that is happened. But I took note and I said, give guidance. I said we need to record the fact that one of them have a blue eye.
Now I want to ask you something else. In the same sentence where you said, or just after that, when you mentioned that Captain Lombard informed you that accused one has a blue eye, you said your words were, and they picked him up from the community. On what basis did you say that? I took it that you were talking about accused one.
Accused all three of them. Because we asked the people that was here, the FCS people, to collect them, and when Captain Lombard mentioned about the blue eye, I assumed that he was assaulted by people in the community, or he was most probably in a fight. That is what my take on it was.
So what you're telling the court is that when your evidence led that they picked him up from the community, that was an assumption. You didn't know that whether he was picked up at the community?
I do not know where they picked them up, sir. I just assumed that they were picked up because they were not arrested or in custody or incarcerated anywhere.
Can I just follow up, Brigadier? What do you mean by using the terminology in the community or from the community? And the reason I'm asking you that is because of your last answer, saying they were not in custody, they were not in the cells. So what do you mean when you use that terminology? Because it might mean different things to different people depending on where you are.
My Lord, with that terminology, meaning that the person is at his house, or he's with his friends, or he were maybe at a place where they socialize in the community, or visiting somebody. That is my assumption, that when I say in the community.
Other than being detained or
other than
custody.
a detention, or yes, that's correct.
Because it seems to be common cause that Mr. Paulus Buta and Kelly Smith, they were fetched from the Wikis Bay Hotel by Detective Constable Sekhobe and May, it seems, earlier that day. So they, yes, not in custody, but they were fetched from a hotel, which is in the community, which is down the road here, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, I didn't know where they got them, but they arrived with them at the FCS building.
Thank you, Mark. I've referred to this recording the injuries, but your evidence went in further just before you told the court that you remembered Colonel Allen's name. Your words were that I asked and told him that I assumed I was referring to Captain Lombard. We need to record any injuries before interviews. And you confirmed that is what happened.
That was my discussion with Captain Lombard, yes.
And you cannot say that you were presented or given any piece of paper or report stating these were the injuries recorded on accused one, from accused one.
I did not see a report in front of me because I trust the Captain Lombard, is very experienced, and he would have done recordings or put it somewhere how with regards to what I mentioned.
I accept your evidence that you said you arranged and you did meet till 5. Can you recall that he was late?
As I mentioned, my lord, some time back, and it can be, but it was strong in the afternoon. It was strong in the afternoon when we were there.
So you can confirm that it's possible if Captain Lombard gave evidence that he was probably there up at 4 or 5 o'clock, then he's probably right.
Yeah, that would be right.
Then your evidence led, as you said, and I just want to get to see if you can give further closer estimation. You said, I remember past 12. Then you said 1, 2, 3, 3 to 4. Captain Lombard said that the 2 males, Ira done confessed, but probably you said were willing to confess. As far as the time is concerned, I'm asking you now, between 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock, there's a big difference.
I would say between 2 and 4. Between 2 and 4.
Between 2 and 4.
Yeah, between 2 and 4, Captain Lombard came to me and said to me that there's 2 people that want to confess.
When Captain Lombard informed you that according to him and his information to you, that the accused 1 and 2 now want to tell the truth, confess, surely you would have had some questions. why all of a sudden now, in a few hours' time, do you get the message they want to confess? Did you have questions?
My Lord, if I received information about a confession, for me that is progress in the investigation. And if a person wants to confess, he decided to start speaking the truth, I accept that. Because during your confession and before the confession, you have many choices to not confess or to do your confession. And I said, let's continue with the process.
My question to you, Brigadier, is can you recall having questions in your mind as to all of a sudden now within a few hours, two of the three accused wants to confess, considering and seeing in the light, in the context of from the 19th of February, 10 days in February and another 4 days, 2 weeks, of a period of 2 weeks, all of a sudden they want to confess. Did it raise any questions in your mind?
My Lord, I have trust. That's the reason why I brought experienced detectives who's working on a daily basis with these cases. And I had absolute trust in the team that I called to do these interviews and this investigation.
Do you have any idea where accused 1 and 2 slept the morning of the 5th until they woke up later on the 5th in the morning?
My Lord, are you speaking, sir, with regards to when were they after detention, the different police stations?
We spoke about between 2 and 4, and then you got a message that accused 1 and 2 wants to confess. I'm asking you after that, after they've now got the information that accused 1 and 2 is going to confess. It's now early morning. Has anybody told you, have you inquired, have you ascertained where did accused 1 and 2 sleep after that?
No, my Lord, I didn't ask them. The people were still awake. They were still awake. I didn't see them, but I didn't have any reports. They sleep somewhere. And I assume the people is still awake, waiting for the officers to arrive to do the confessions.
Just want to, before I move on, I want to ask you about Colonel Pretorius. If I wrote it down correctly.
Mr. Adams, sir, I don't know how long you still need, but we will not finish with this witness today because Mr. Nkabai must also cross-examine. Brigadier, I'm aware that you were here 3 days last week. I saw you in the witness room and up and down. Are you coming from Cape Town every day?
That's correct.
I would have, if I had my way, I would have pushed through. But I'm aware that we can't rush it. It's an important part of the trial. This could be make or break either way. And it's important for the accused, and it's important for the state. But we still have another counsel that need to cross-examine you, and currently as we have it now, the two gentlemen are being held in Malmesbury Correctional Center. So you would know as an experienced police official that it's quite an operation for the uniformed people to get them there, they have to come back tonight. And one of the concerns that I've expressed to council this morning, if we sit late, they get to the prison after lockup time, means they don't get a proper dinner. And then they have to leave early in the morning. Is it possible for you to come back tomorrow?
Yes, Your Worship.
Now, if I want to start at 8:30, will you be able to make it, or should I rather, because it's difficult in the morning driving from Cape Town?
No, 8:30 is fine. I will be here, John.
8:30
I
fine?
will be here, Your Worship. Good.
I'm indebted to Your Lordship.
So I'll rather take the adjournment now. You can go and you can go through your notes, and then we try and finish the witness rather earlier in the day so that he can get.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. You may be excused. I shall see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Drive safely.
Thank you, my lord.
Then you may be excused, Brigadier. To accused number 1 and 2, Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Ryn. I am seriously considering, as from tomorrow, for the rest of the week at least, and next week during the week, not to send you to Malmesbury in the afternoons. And the reasons are as follows. You've heard me explain to the Brigadier about the police having to drive up and down. If I want to start at 8:30, I don't even know. I don't want to think what time they have to get up in the morning to get you on time. It also means that you are rushed in the mornings at the prison. And then when you get there, you know, after, as they say in Afrikaans, took update, you don't get your meals as you should. And then you have just gone to bed, and tomorrow morning you have to be ready very early to come here. I'm contemplating having you detained at a different place in the week. We had an option earlier today. I believe that you expressed concerns because your things are in Malmesbury. But also, I've been told by the warrant officer, the venue that he looked at, it was not an appropriate place to keep you. So they're trying other options at a different police station than the one that we had in mind, that's closer, where at least we won't have the schlep in the morning and the afternoons, but also still a place where you'll be able to take a shower or wash yourself before you come to court, and you won't miss your meals because you need to concentrate. I want you to bring your stuff along tomorrow when you come from the prison. So in the event that we can arrange all the other things, then you've got your stuff with you. It might also be better for you insofar as clean clothes, etc., because your families will be closer, and it might assist you in that regard. I will ultimately make the decision. I've raised it with your council this morning in chambers, and I said they can take instructions, but ultimately it's my call to ensure that we utilize the court time efficiently, but also that we still treat you with the necessary dignity. It might be a sacrifice, but try and work with us so that we get through this trial quicker. Do you understand that, Mr. Apollos? Do you understand that, Mr. Van Ryn? Good. Speak to the warrant officer when you go, because he also had a plan in his mind as to how to assist. 8:30 tomorrow morning we're going to start. For this afternoon still, I've already signed your warrants. Malmesbury, Langebaan. And are your families here, Mr. Paulus? People here? Mr. Van Rijn? I have been told by the warrant officer this morning that he has been in contact with your families for your clothes, etc. And he will assist you as far as he can in that regard. Good. Court will adjourn until 8:30 in the morning.